Well, I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's grey, Wednesday too, well, Thursday. We don't really care about you because it's Friday and it's time for the darts here at the MODUS Super Series. Group B is our centre of attention tonight, and these are the stars in action. Glenn Durrant showed glimpses of old, keen to put the results of yesterday right tonight. Chris Lamman perhaps was the surprise of yesterday. The Dutchman picked up just one win from his Thursday, meaning work to do for him this evening. Whitehead played through the injury barrier on night one. He still amassed 4 points, putting him in third position. Paul Hogan had a real strong start, a ton-plus average in the mix as well. Crocodile Dundee had some snap yesterday evening, and he finds himself on 6 points. But David Davies is top of the pile. The Welshman, who is a constant improver, is hoping to be the main man again tonight, having amassed all 4 wins from his 4 matches yesterday. Yeah, it's David Davies that leads the way as far as Group B is concerned. He's looking to round off a place at finals night tonight. Guaranteed to be at the finals tomorrow, as always, on a Saturday. It's Matthew Edgar. Matt, great to have you with us. And how impressed were you with David Davies yesterday evening?
Yeah, it was one of the best performances I've seen from David Davies here at the Super Series. But there's question marks now. Can he repeat that? Can he keep that going? We'll find out that answer tonight. We pretty much know he's going to be in Saturday night, but there's still just that outside chance that he could get pipped to the post. He is aware of that. He said in his interview last night he knows there's work to be done. Best thing he can do is come here tonight with the aim of just going through the card again, try and win all those fixtures rather than trying to aim small. Yeah,
points mean prizes here at the Super Series. Well, this is the second session of our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We saw the culmination of Group C early on this afternoon, and boy, what a dramatic afternoon it was here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Darrell Pilgrim, well, he sealed his passage through to the finals, and he was joined by Ron Meulenkamp, who had a mission statement on Friday, and boy, did he deliver it.
He didn't have a good 2023, he didn't have a good Thursday, he had a fantastic Friday. He really came out today full of confidence, a spring in his step, the shoulders back, the chest out. He looked like the old Ron Meulenkamp, and it was really good to see. He could be a danger tomorrow night. If he can keep that positivity going and he can keep finding the doubles like he was today, he's going to be a serious threat.
Did Darrell Pilgrim justify why so many people are talking about with his performances today?
Absolutely. Darrell Pilgrim's doing some amazing stuff at the moment. I'm going to put him in my selections of people I expect to be getting a PDC Tour card in a week's time in Milton Keynes. So if he gets through, maybe we won't see him in Champions Week anyway. But what a week he's had. He's been playing statistically the best of anybody. Yes, he's looked vulnerable at times, but that is slowly starting to eke out of his game where those little bits of vulnerability end up being negative results, because what Darrell Pilgrim's doing now is he's building aura and stage presence, and he's just getting to that point now where you don't have to be perfect all the time.
Well, we're going to see them two alongside Robert Thornton in tomorrow night's final. But our full focus this evening is upon the culmination of Group B, and a really interesting group that we got at the halfway stage. David Davies leads the standings at the midway point from Well, that's the table from this afternoon. We'll delve into Group B. So what happened last night? David Davies, 8 points to his name. Paul Hogan, 6 points. It's quite a uniform table. Whitehead on 4. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chris Lamman picked up the solitary victory with Glenn Durrant without a win to his name. So 8-6-4-2-0 in that particular order. We've spoken about David Davies already, but is the biggest surprise last night, maybe from a bit more of a negative aspect, Chris Lamman, who went into last night as the bookmakers' favourite to win the week and amassed only the solitary victory against Glenn?
Well, if we're talking about potential negativity, I would go, it goes more down to question marks. There's question marks over 3 players tonight. Chris Lamman, one of them. Even though his performance got better in terms of statistics from day 1, from Group A earlier on, didn't manage to turn that into results. Whitehead left the stage last night holding onto his shoulder, saying about how that's been a problem. And Glenn Durrant was just really struggling for any form of positivity last night. So question marks over those 3 who are probably going to be battling it out for one of those places.
Yeah, Conan Whitehead, who was nursing an injury yesterday. I can tell you, in the intervening periods, he has been getting everything possible. He's going to have some strapping on there tonight, and he's going to be ready to go for this evening's action. Right, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about tonight's action. This is what they say. David Davis, the 5-4 favourite now to go on and win the group. No surprises in he's won every single game. So we kind of look elsewhere now, don't we, as to who takes position 2, who takes position 3, and even in P2, Paul Hogan's in a very strong suit.
I think when we're looking at an outright winner, though, and we're looking at the potential, I can't realistically tip up David Davies, who's top of the table at the moment at 5-4. I think that's a little bit short. Then you look for value elsewhere, and you can't really find it. I think tonight is one of the hardest nights we've ever had here at the Super Series in order of picking the winner. And you know me, I like to be big and bold with some predictions. But tonight, as far as who wins the group, I'm just going to sit back and watch it unfold.
Glenn Durrant, look, he's a colleague of ours. He works a lot here at the Super Series. First time on the stage last night. And it was an experience that didn't quite go to plan in terms of results. He tweeted earlier on this afternoon, I want to get your take on this, Matt. He said, I just watched a few legs from the MODUS Super Series last night. So clear in my mind what's wrong with the throw. What I can correct is my demeanour and positivity, and I was so disappointed in both last night. My defence, a game once so easy, can feel now to be so difficult. And he says at the bottom, enjoy it, Glenn. And it did feel at times yesterday that maybe calling it a chore maybe a bit too far, but he was going through those emotions, wasn't he, at points?
I think after the first couple of games, if you'd have said to Glenn, that's it, you don't have to do the rest of the night, he'd have took that and he'd have come back today trying to refresh and regroup. There was so much in that tweet to dissect and to sort of take a look at. But there was enough positivity in there, and that's what I found so frustrating last night about Glen Durrant. It wasn't the fact that Glen Durrant wasn't playing the Glen Durrant old, it's the demeanour. Now, if that was me on this stage, the second I got off, Glen Durrant would have came off. He'd have found 2 positives, 3 positives, whatever he could find, and he would try and build on those. Glen Durrant is one of the most positive people I have ever met in my life about everybody else. But when it came to judging his own performance last night, he was so hypercritical. He's talking there again about what happened and the throw breaking down and that going wrong. Ideally, that's because that's all he's thinking about. What he needs to do is just think about the board, the way he used to. Every time he got embroiled in a match, every time the game started becoming very close and embroiling, that's when Glen Durrant started to produce, because he wasn't worried about the technical side of the game.
He said in his interview last night that he wanted to be competitive. Well, you actually look at the results yesterday. He took the top 2 players all the way to a last leg decide. He hit 2 14 darters against David Davies. And we know that for Glenn, it's all about that rebuilding stage. Those have got to be the positives he's got to take, right?
The main thing is how he feels about it. He's got to feel positive. He's got to feel comfortable in what he's doing. When you feel comfortable in what you're doing, you believe that good things can happen, even if they're not happening at the time. That's what he's got to find. He's got to find just the enjoyment factor. It doesn't matter if he loses tonight, 4 games, 4-0. As long as he can be just comfortable being up here again. Rome wasn't built in a day. We're not going to get the Glen Durrant of the Premier League back because he's played here at the Super Series for a day. He just needs to find positivity, little building steps, and just build on the good, because there was enough good last night.
No, it certainly was. Right, let's have a look and see what the bet builders say in the scene. This is an amalgamation excuse me, bets that make their way through the exchanges and put them into hand. Look, Akavoy, my apologies. The over 1.5 180s market between Conan Whitehead and Glen Durrant at 10-11. Over 5.5 legs in the Chris Lamman Conan Whitehead game, and Glen Durrant to get the better of David Davies at 7-4 pace, just under 7-1.
I don't like it, to be honest. That's not for me. I would be laying that pretty much all the way through the card there. This is a collection of what everyone's thinking, but I think there's a lot there of people following what they would like to happen rather than what they actually expecting to happen. Yes, there's value in that, but I think there's value in that because it doesn't come in.
Yeah, that is the bet builder, 18+B, gambleaware.org. Right, time for game 1 of the evening. It's the same vein that we finished off last night. It sees Conan Whitehead in action up against Glen Durrant here on the stage in Portsmouth. And you can be a part of the experience here at the MODUS Super Series. We open our doors on a Saturday night, and this is how you can join us. So, our first game of the evening sees Glenn Durrant in action, looking to pick up his first win on the MODUS Super Series stage. He takes on the barbarian Conan Whitehead, who picked up 2 victories from his night last night, defying a little bit of an issue with his shoulder, but he is in good spirits as ever. And Co, 2-time he wants to be at the Super Series, where he's got to qualify for Saturday night first. Watching all the action in the commentary box, it's a very good evening to Matthew Edgar, who's alongside Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Good evening, everybody. And Glenn Durrant remains in the hunt for a first win on the Super Series stage. But as discussed, maybe the ambitions aren't about winning. Maybe they're about enjoying. Conan Whitehead's a man who's enjoyed plenty of happy memories on that stage. Winner of Super Series 1. Glenn Durrant has had many happy memories on many stages. 3 times the Lakeside World Champion and a former Premier League champion as well, which is why, of course, he expects so much of himself. What are you expecting of him tonight? I know you spoke to Henry, Matthew, about how he played last night, but following that tweet that he mentioned, he's going to try and enjoy it. Do you expect to see him with a little bit more freedom, or do you think it's easier said than done?
Oh, it's definitely easier said than done, and I think realistically the first leg or so will give us the indication as to where that's going to go. Because
leg, it's Conan
ultimately,
to throw first.
It's all done on feel, and if he gets up there and feels, I don't even know if I can throw these in the 20s, ultimately start to lose that enjoyment very quickly.
56.
But Conan Whitehead, in terms of trying to qualify for finals like that, is his objective. And if he wins this match, he does 2 things. He puts himself in a very strong position on 6 points, but he takes somebody else out of the equation effectively.
140.
Because Glenn would then be 6 behind him with only 6 to play for, and that would be that.
There's one word that Glenn Durrant just needs right now.
180.
Trust. Just trust yourself. I know he's thinking quite a lot about the game. This is a good start here from Durrant. And that first dart is going in the treble 20, building blocks. You're giving it less dart in hand, you feel sometimes that you're clutching or you're feeling your way into the game.
180.
He has run into a couple of big moments that can easily set you back, and this is a good start from Durrant, but a fantastic start from Whitehead.
Well, in the very first leg that Glenn Durrant faced last night,
83.
David Davis hit 2 180s
85.
against him. Conan Whitehead's done exactly the same thing in the first leg of tonight. Durrant can't catch a break. And Conan Whitehead could steal the leg in a dozen
69.
darts. Can't quite do it, but Durrant after 9, not on a finish, meaning Whitehead will return to take the opening leg. And it's not a bad leg of darts by any stretch of the imagination, this from Glenn Durrant.
41.
That was the one sort of really
16.
weak visit in it.
Game shot on the first leg. Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead means business, and he takes care of it.
Second leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on. $60.
When you get embroiled in games, as I said with Henry Deacon, that's when you can sort of find that peak level of performance, because you stop thinking about everything else. You think about how you grip the dart, how you throw the dart, all that goes out the window, and you just get embroiled with the to-ing and throwing of the match.
93.
I think he quite liked to be embroiled in a game, wouldn't he, for that reason? And he always was a good street fighter, Glenn Durrant.
58.
One of the hardest things for Glenn as well is the support itself, because the support itself, yes, it's all within the best of interest, but it's very sympathetic.
69.
It's very expectant of the negativity. It's very accepting of that sort of negativity, where when Glenn was sort of at his peak, you wouldn't have sympathised for Glenn. If anything, you'd have feared him.
100.
And he'll probably feel that now. He doesn't feel feared. He feels sympathised, and it doesn't bring the right environment to bring out that man who went to Lakeside as a even money favourite and walk through the
60.
field.
He's competitive in this leg. Conan Whitehead isn't finding the big trebles like he did in leg
59.
1. 2 maximums in that one.
$58.
Well, this first to a finish, Glenn Durrant, but it's an enormous finish.
$94. Glenn 161.
Could tell he still had that aura about him yesterday. Conan Whitehead, Paul Hogan, all talking about the battles of yesteryear. Scar tissue that
64.
those
Glenn
are inflicted on them
90.
over years of constant beatings from the Premier League champion.
65.
Bullseye
Then
not
you
found by
require
Whitehead,
97.
allowing Durrant an opportunity. Treble 19 is the first port of call. Can't rescue it. It was a hopeful ask to the referee Owen Binks about whether or
32,
not that dart
going
was in the
required
treble
25.
18. Not an expectant one. And it's double 8 for Whitehead to double his lead. Try and put that alongside
Game's
it
on the second leg.
and into the bed.
Conan Whitehead.
And 2 to the good. He's got his own issues. Has been mentioned,
So
struggling
it's
with a little
Conan
bit of
to
a
throw first.
shoulder injury. See him shaking it out a bit there.
$83.
That picture of Glenn Durrant stood at the back of the stage is not the one you want to see. You already see that negativity creeping into Glenn Durrant.
60.
It's all on feeling. It's not one of those things like with a lot of players you talk about and you go, if he hits a 180 here, it might spark him back into life.
60.
I think if he hit a 180, he'd probably still not feel like he's done it correctly. It's almost like when you sometimes snatch a dart and it goes in the treble 20, you're not happy though it's gone in the treble 20. You're more concerned about the fact that it could have gone anywhere.
$100.
Trying to inject a little bit of
55.
pace here. Does her get into the oki quickly? A bit quicker on the release. When you're going to start trying to find that
40.
enjoyment factor when you just can throw with freedom.
$41.
I needed to find a treble to leave any kind of finish, so still very much advantage to the first ever Super Series champion right now. And it's a win that will put him in a very
100.
strong position to get through to another finals night. He'd be 4 points clear of 4th place Chris Lamman, level with 2nd place Paul Hogan, 2 off the top David Davis, and 6 clear of Glenn Durrant, who you can pretty much then count
85.
out.
Conan, you require 118.
I think the good thing for Glenn as well is the fixture breakdowns. Only
40.
one game before
Then you
he's back
require
on. That's David Davis and Chris Landman.
135.
Doesn't give him time to sit and ponder. Just almost have a refresh and come straight back out again. But there's still plenty of darts to be thrown in this game yet.
38.
That'll be
Conan,
what's
you require
frustrating for Glenn, because he'll
78.
feel like he's not too far away from Conan Whitehead here. Other than that opening leg where Conan went back to back on the 180s. Been providing some opportunities for Glenn.
58.
Another one presents itself here,
You require
ironically,
97.
once again on the 97.
This time he succeeds in hitting the treble and gets himself 2 darts at a double. 2 at tops becomes 1 at double 10. And it's
Game's on the
nailed by
third
Durrant,
leg.
who gets himself a
Glenn
breaker
Durrant.
throw. Do you think he's enjoying
Well,
it?
look,
Do
it's
you think
Glenn
he's
to throw
doing what he
first.
set out to
Game
do?
on.
Absolutely not. All will feel just effort and laboured. The comment
68.
in that tweet that stood out the most for me was when he said, a game that once felt so easy now feels so hard. He is up there battling himself. This is a
56.
guy who went on the World Match Play stage, took on Michael van Gerwen, beat him over a long format game.
Well, he's enjoying it now. Look at the swagger. Yeah.
140.
Couldn't quite fill it up, but Glenn Durrant just giving himself a nod. Every dart that went in there.
41.
See the pace as well of Glenn. Getting straight to the oche. Moving around the stage with a little bit more spring and purpose.
$140.
The third 140 in this fixture for Glenn. He's starting to up it here, which is going to send the panic signals out to
96.
Conan Whitehead,
Glenn, you're
who
going
only beat Glenn
153.
Durrant last night for the first time in his career.
Not far away from locating that treble. And all of a sudden, Glenn Durrant can start to stand tall and proud.
137.
There's a bit of peacockery going on now from Glenn Durrant.
100.
Oh, we're talking about those moments last night, the back-to-back 14 darters. He's on a 13 darter here, Glenn Durrant.
Eight.
Well, Whitehead's earned himself this opportunity. 3 treble 18s, a score of 162 in his previous visit. I'm actually surprised. He's a player that he's really reluctant to go for the 19, so to start there on that finish shocked me a little bit.
Game shot on the fourth.
And he might feel a little bit
Glenn
shell-shocked
Durrant.
himself because Glenn Durrant from 2-0 down has tied this up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
I swear, just looking at the back of the dart there when Glenn Durrant was going for that, I saw a little bit of a tremor of the flight.
100.
Meaning maybe a little bit of shaking in the hand. Now that would be a good thing for Glenn right now, because that would mean that the adrenaline is beginning to surge through the body.
140.
Playing really good stuff over the last couple of
41.
legs. Kicks off this one with a 140, Glenn Durrant. He's already taken the darts.
100. 100.
Two occasions last night, Glenn Durrant not within a leg of winning a match. Fixture number 1 went down 4-3, and fixture number 3 went down 4-3.
97.
He actually had a moment he was approaching the oche. A chance to win the match.
100.
He's 164 points away here from breaking the thrower Conan Whitehead.
A shake of the head, a wayward dart. It wasn't miles away from the target, just miles away from the score that he wanted to achieve.
101.
That's a good recovery.
160.
This would hurt. This would be one right in the solar plexus of Glenn Durrant.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
He might as well have just turned
Conan
around
Whitehead.
and slapped him in the face. That'll feel exactly the same to Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, like a real
Sixth leg, it's Glenn to throw first.
Conan Whitehead
Game on.
baseball bat beating, wasn't it? He had no right to be in the same vicinity as Glenn. They're just like an intruder in his house.
$45.
Will feel absolutely burgled by that big checkout.
137.
the Does a Massive would be throwing up in their palmos right now. That's the last thing you want, 2,600 calories on your plate and then throwing a bit more on there.
96.
Whereas the positive spin you were talking about with Henry at the top of the show is that he would kind of be saying to another player in his shoes, well, at least it's nothing you did wrong. It was something his opponent did right.
60.
Oh, it's so much easier to see it in other people and to say the words rather than to feel it and live it. But that's what Glenn Durrant should be able to take from this. What he should be seeing is this as a form of inspiration to others right now to say,
85.
look, it may not feel great, you may be facing adversity, but you can battle through it and give yourself opportunities.
Yeah, what a checkout it was from Conan Whitehead. Full credit to him. The game ain't over yet. Wants to score a minimum of 105 here, Glenn Durrant. But he's not going to do that. So Whitehead is now thinking he can be
60.
first to a finish.
140.
That first start was just so inviting from Conan White that you more or less expected another treble 20 to go in there. And he has set himself up on a finish where he'll only require the one treble. Treble needed for Does or it's no finish.
43.
And that offers Conan Whitehead now 6 starts to get this wrapped up.
Double 19. Found for double 16.
93.
Not found, but Durrant can only now hit and hope. Try and pile on some pressure. A 140 would do that. I may move away and go for a 12.
132. Conan requires 16.
And that reaction in itself showed a lack of confidence. Didn't want to risk busting. But he might get a chance, will he? No, he won't. Conan Whitehead just keeps doing the business at the right times. And he's put himself in with an excellent opportunity of a return to a finals night at the Super Series. Won his week in Series 5. And he's heading towards finals night on Series 6. 6 points. Chris Lamman, the man who's now looking to chase Whitehead. A decent game of darts, all told. Conan Whitehead's whopping 160. Really determined the direction of that match at 2-2 when Glenn Durrant was back in it. But it's Whitehead who wins. And he is now 4 points clear of Chris Lamman, looking to close that gap next. But to do it, he'd have to defeat the undefeated David Davis.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Conan Whitehead get the better of Glen Durrant by 4 legs to 2. That moves Whitehead on to 6 points in the group, level on points with Paul Hogan. Chris Lamman is the man who needs to make the big push on day 2. He's the bookmaker's favourite to win the week by this time yesterday, but won just one of his 4 matches. He takes on David Davies, who had the perfect evening on night 1. 2 wins tonight at any stage will guarantee his spot through to tomorrow evening's final. Watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Matthew Aker alongside Chris Murphy.
Yep, Davis getting closer and closer. Paul Hogan, Conan Whitehead behind him, but it's this man, the Welshman. Plays with Mark Webster darts. Plays with them better than Mark Webster at the moment. The 38-year-old from Denby, Welsh champion in the ADC. And the countryman, the Netherlands ace Chris Lamman, Lakeside finalists in 2023.
First leg, it's David to throw
From
first.
Hatton.
Game on.
In the Netherlands. And only got 1 win last night. Now,
And then either Hogan or David Davies win
84.
one of those 2, and that would be his path and his route in. And this happens all the way through. I can guarantee you when the players were stood around the screens
41.
at the Pro Tour and the various boards was going around, there were certain people in the draw you'd want to get, the people that were struggling or people that was low down on the tour. And you used to hear the conversations all the time of, oh, look how lucky you are, you've got so-and-so this week. And then when that draw come round, everyone walking off going, yes, get in, I've got so-and-so. I'm not going to name the players.
David,
We'll keep it as so-and-so.
well, I'll name one because it turned out very differently for him later on. But Peter Manley always used to say that back in the day, Peter Wright was one of those players that you'd want to draw. Oh, okay. That's a bit of an accident. But it leaves him double 3.
79.
Genuinely, when I first joined the PDC in 2011, I think it's about 2 years in, I was in a board final and Peter Wright came up and I was like,
43.
get in, this is great.
David, you require
There's a board
3.
final.
Well, that little mess could cause a little early problem for David Davis, but that's a really clear target.
No
Hasn't
score.
found it.
Chris, you
And
require
not only hasn't he found it, he's
140.
missed inside, so he's back to where he started on 3. He wins this match, he is through to finals night.
116.
Lamman
Maybe
wouldn't be
require
able to
3.
catch him, nor would Glen Durrant, so that's a certainty that he'd take a top 3 spot.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he's taken out 3
David Davis.
to take the first leg. But Davis 3 legs away from qualification. We could have a really
Second leg, it's
early
Chris to
finish
throw
tonight in
first.
terms of the
Game.
qualifying race. I'm just looking at the way the fixtures are going. If Paul Hogan gets the better of Glen Durrant in game 3, and then
140.
Conan Whitehead beats Lamman in game 4, assuming Lamman loses this one, that would be it. All done with 6 games to spare.
99.
Give us a chance to have a bit of a breather after the drama we had in
60.
Group A, where it's gone down to the very last game, and the drama of this afternoon in Group C.
$140. 60. 55. 60.
Yeah, big games in the early part of the evening. We already know, of course, 3 finalists and 3 interesting ones as well. I think it's already a very good finals night with Robert Thornton, Daryl Pilgrim and Ron Muhlenkamp in it.
171.
More on that in a moment, because you can be here.
140.
But what a superb setup that is from David Davis,
David, you require 36.
who might be, on finals night, the least known name, but the best performer of the week, if he carries on like this.
Games on the second
He's one of those
leg.
players that's making his
David
name here at
Davies.
the Super Series, and by that I mean he's not someone like Chris Lamman who comes here, who we know from the WDF
Third
tour.
against David
He's not
to throw
someone like
first.
Glenn Durrant, who we know from both the WDF or the PDC, or
Game
players that
on.
we've had this week, like Robert Thornton, who is better known for other arenas than here. His name was made elsewhere. David Davies could be one of those players that make their name in this arena.
100.
Well, you've had your feet up at home over Christmas. You've been watching the darts. You've run out of
100.
money. You're a little bit skinny. You've been thinking, I'd love to go to a darts event. Well, I'll tell you what, you can. And it won't cost you anything. Scan that QR code. Get yourselves here to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth tomorrow night. And you will see some
64.
really big names, including a multiple major champion and twice seniors world champion,
Chris's last score was
Robert
100.
Thornton.
And then David scored 64.
Owen Binks, the referee here, will inform you of all the scores as the evening goes on. Also, Ron Meulenkamp, the Dutchman. And Daryl Pilgrim, who, of course, has
No, 64.
enjoyed some stellar performances here at the Super Series, including the highest ever average and that 123 mark. And then we'll have
60.
three players from this group. David Davies may well be there. It looks like Conan Whitehead and Paul Hogan as well, but Chris Lamman will have something to say about that. So scan the QR code, book yourself a ticket, small booking fee.
100.
Cheap booze, but don't boo.
57.
And we don't have a car park either, do we, to refer people to? We can't even enforce the boo in the car park policy.
Yeah, Owen Binks will sort out any bad behaviour.
100. David, you've got
Selfies
137.
with Matthew Edgar are chargeable. He will pay you £5.
93. 100. David, you've acquired 44.
Mentioned at the start of the day, Landman's been playing to a decent level, but not getting the results. He might be about to follow that trend here. David Davies is a dart away from a 3-0 lead.
4. Chris, you require 84.
Hasn't had to go at double yet, Landman. Bill might not get a go, and it's been these kind of situations he's not been giving himself chances from. He does get one dart at double 11,
62.
but fails to find it.
David, you require
Davis
40.
comes back for tops for that three-leg cushion.
Ooh, a long way off on both of those for David Davies.
20.
Is this
Chris, you
now
require
just that
22.
sign of getting close to the finishing
Games
line,
on the
knowing
third leg.
the task is nearly
Chris
done?
Landman.
One win would guarantee his passage through to Saturday night. Has been here on Saturday night
Fourth
before,
against Chris to throw first. Game on.
but he's yet to pick up a weekly title.
100.
Will it be Enter Landman on Saturday at the Super Series? And David Davies keep him at bay. If he does, that will be his place secured, and it will be a
100.
real tough task for Chris to make it.
95.
After this, Glenn Durrant back in action, taking on Paul Hogan in a repeat of that famous match from last night. No, not that one.
99.
Talking about the big one at the Lakeside in 2017, and Hogan was 3 sets and 2 legs up, and Glenn Durrant
60.
turned it around, won it, and won the whole tournament.
crazy when you think of all those little tiny moments throughout history that really
39.
do change, well, sort of the landscape and the world that we now living in. So certainly in Planet Darts.
44.
Yeah, a lot of the conversation, of course, about Luke Littler and the world champion, world number 1 Luke Humphries, but the one that springs to mind is Chris Dobie for me in that tournament. Best player to lose a quarter-final from 4-0 up.
59.
In a game that at the time I felt the real vibe of a Premier League playoff match.
100.
And it looks like you're probably right with that, with Rob Cross getting the selection, having reached that semi-final. A
180.
brilliant dart
Pitch
from
back
David
102.
Davis. Had an air of dominance around him, like he feels he belongs. But Lamman,
86.
it was a bold bid,
David, you
to go for
require
the ball
24.
there. But he found it. He got his dart at double, couldn't take it.
That is definitely the vibe I get with David Davies now. I was thinking the word was more assurance.
Game shot on the 4th leg. David Davies.
Doesn't feel like a guest here anymore, does he? He's come here before, certainly on a Saturday night.
If it's David to
almost-
throw first.
Come up here like a raffle winner. Those days have certainly gone.
Game on.
Chris Landman looks like he just won the top prize, but lost his ticket.
Well, he's looking around the room. Maybe he's trying to find it.
And Davis will be assured of that finals night
59.
return. With victory in this game, 1 leg away from it.
Didn't that happen to you earlier, Chris? You dropped a pound, but then we
81.
found it on the back of your neck.
I'm about to get a pound out of my pocket first, Matt.
60. $60.
Well, if you put a pound on David Davis at the start of this campaign, you'd have earned yourself a
100.
nice couple of quid. Looks not only destined to
140.
make it to finals now, but also very likely to win this group. If you do have a flutter on the darts, please
100.
do so responsibly. Only gamble what you can afford to lose. And
60.
it's begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. 18 plus, of course.
$86. Chris, you reckon
Beautiful last start there from
160.
David Davies to really give him a hope of getting this wrapped up. We're not going to see a second 160 finish. And
60.
Whitehead dishing out a big
David, you
blow to
require
Duzza
96.
in the opening fixture with the big 160 blow.
Super
shot
stuff.
and the
A slick
match.
Performance from David
Davies.
Davis, a clinical kill at the end of it as well. That 96 just has the air of authority, and he is now through to finals night on Saturday. That 4-1 win secures the Welshman's spot in the finale of week 7. He will join Robert Thornton, Daryl Pilgrim, and Ron Muhlenkamp. Who joins him could be decided in the next couple of games. Wins for Paul Hogan over Glenn Durrant and Conan Whitehead against Chris Landman, and it will all be over. Stay with us to see how the story plays out.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and I don't want to get political with you right now at this late hour on a Friday night, but it is somewhat ironic that David Davies has decided to stay in because he is into tomorrow night's final with a 4-1 victory against Chris Lamman before the break. Now, Paul Hogan started tonight on 6 points in the group. He takes on Glenn Durrant in his first game of the evening. Durrant, who's already lost out to Conan Whitehead 4-2 this evening and looking to get his first win on the board. Right, let's head down to commentary then and get the perspective of Matthew Egg, who's alongside Chris Murphy. And Matt, what did you see from Glenn in that first game which you could take as positives going into game 2?
Oh, there's been plenty of positives for Glenn Durrant. The only thing is, does Glenn Durrant realise what those positives are? He's up there against a man here who's still got scar tissues of what happened 7 years ago at Lakeside when they got into the building yesterday. Paul Hogan says, I've been waiting 7 years for the opportunity to eke some revenge. He was just a dart away from stopping Glenn Durrant and his hat-trick of WDF World Championship trophies. Did get some revenge yesterday, but there was plenty for Glenn Durrant to like about, most notably the fact his average for that match significantly better than anything we saw yesterday.
46.
I do just wonder if, knowing that he's not going to be playing Saturday, look, it's not mathematically certain yet, but as good as, might just
85.
release a bit of freedom. Now he's talked about the objective of enjoyment. Maybe he came in tonight not even thinking it was really possible to get through, but getting rid of that thought, even if it's in the back of his mind, just to push it out completely, might be a bit of an aid.
This is the thing with Glenn, though. It's not something in the back of a mind. It's not a subconscious thing. This is a complete conscious decision that Glenn is doing, and where he's focusing the energy, it's just he can't seem to stop himself from doing it. He has eked himself out a really good career
85.
away from throwing the darts now since losing his card at the end of a year ago.
Yep. Top-notch pundit and commentator.
100.
Some really insightful analysis and some terrible jokes.
Some things will never change.
100.
You know what? As you mentioned terrible jokes, I'm going to join in.
Go on then, it's the almost 11 o'clock joke segment, apparently, here on the MODUS Super Series.
What does Michael Jackson like to do on holiday?
I don't know. What does Michael Jackson like to do on holiday?
Ski-hee.
125. We were going 76.
It's all downhill from here. May go 25, Bull. Bull. And that
Game
little
shot
joke
the
will be in
first
that
there.
clip
Paul
forevermore.
Hogan.
Paul Hogan
Second against Paul to throw
trying to
first.
steal the
Game
show after it sounded like Matthew Edgar was out on the piste.
100.
The thing that, of course, viewers won't be aware of is that
58.
since then, Matthew's just sat back, reclined his chair, put his feet on the table. He looks like he's about to light a cigar as well.
Yeah, I haven't got anything else. That's
60.
I think I've used all my other material on previous events.
In the meantime, Paul Hogan rescued that shot with the bullseye finish. And just going back to
40.
the sort of Glenn Durrant analysis, it will get the sense with that kind of thing, with the 160 from Conan Whitehead, that everything is happening to him tonight.
He was really having a positive leg at that
54.
point, Glenn Durrant, wasn't he? And it was looking all up until the 160 that he was going to take a 3-2 lead and turn it around. But when you're not feeling good up there, it doesn't take too much of a blow to completely derail you once again. And
77.
it does feel like that's the case for Glenn. I question that actually coming back on quite quick would be a good thing, but maybe this next one where he's got a
100.
couple of games before coming back on might be Good for him to regroup and regather.
Hogan making most of the running in leg 2.
59.
You know, next week when I'm playing, he's going to get me back by telling a terrible joke while I'm playing, doesn't he?
95.
You probably say something like that you playing is a terrible joke. Looking forward to it yet?
No.
97. We require 92.
Well, will he go 2 double 18s? He does love that target. He tries to get there by finding the same score on a smaller target. That's
And you require
an old school
170.
fool.
Sloppy last one as well.
Tongue in cheek, I say that. If Glenn's
60.
on 170, that
We
might have
require
made his mind up a
59.
little bit as well, not to risk going for double-double and going outside of the board. Tops it is.
Games on the
Tops
second
it is.
leg. Paul
2-0.
Hogan.
The thing is, when you sit in this chair, you've always been fair and
It's Glenn to
impartial,
throw
but
first. Game on.
you'd love to see Glenn do something like a 170 or 160, something big. And I say that purely on the basis that I'm watching the demeanour of the players. And when Glenn's missing anything big, they're almost wincing with
58.
it. I think everybody's trying to will him on, even the person who's trying to beat him.
$100.
For those of you who are watching on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and enjoy all the bonus content, including Matthew Edgar's jokes, please do subscribe to the channel. In fact, there are 70% of you right now that are watching the channel and not subscribed. Do us that little favour. It will help us more than you know.
140.
Produce even more content, even better content, even funnier content. All you got to do is hit the subscribe button and we will do the rest.
55.
Have you got funnier content for when that happens?
I don't know if I've got funnier, but I think I've got more.
135.
What more has Glenn Durrant got in the locker right now? Paul Hogan's on easy street at the moment, averaging about 20 points more than Duzza here.
140. But we reckon 126.
The treble required just above that dart, but he's gone into the wrong bed.
58. Glenn, you reckon 148.
An opportunity for a moment of magnificence from Glenn Durrant. You could just see that little reaction there.
132. But we reckon 68.
Just tend to find in the middle part of games that you just start to find a lot more trebles. Might get a shot at the double unless Paul Hogan can hit the ball.
43. Glenn,
For the first time, Glenn's going to feel like he's got a reprieve.
First darts at double in this game.
No score.
And he's hit one, but the wrong one.
We require 25. Game shot on the
And
third
Hogan
leg.
punishes him.
Paul
That happened
Hogan.
to Hogan, didn't it, at the Lakeside against Glenn.
Fourth leg, it's Paul to
Plus
throw
double eight
first.
by hitting double
Game on.
16. Durrant punished. Hogan, of course, was 3-0 up in that match in sets.
60.
3-0 up in this match in legs.
$54. $99. $96.
See Glenn
81.
Durrant blowing on his hands quite a lot. He's a player that doesn't like to have any coldness in his hands. He used to actually bring a hand warmer in his darts case at times. It's making a lot of sense as well,
39.
because think about when the hands get cold, the hand's not going to open as quick and dart's just going to sort of flop out of the hand.
84.
Well, Paul Hogan seems out of sight in this game. Seemed out of sight in this game.
180.
There was a little bit of snarl in that shot as well there from Glenn Durrant.
137.
Can he convert the 312 in
132.
6?
Bullseye for starters. Oh, yes. Well, is he going to stay there? He's gone away. Didn't think it was wise to stay,
74.
but
We require 40.
get near the treble 14 he attempted. And Hogan, having produced a fantastic setup shot of his own with a 137, misses one at tops, misses one at tens, and
30.
another.
Glenn, you require 58.
And more opportunities here for Glenn Durrant to get a leg on the board. Here against Paul Hogan. Going to get 2 more darts at tops.
Game shot on the fourth
Only
leg.
needs the 1.
Glenn Durrant.
Is this middle part of the game now that we're reaching where Glenn does start to find things?
Fifth leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on.
The middle part of the game where Glenn starts to find things.
136.
Surely we're not going to see a bit of darting deja vu on a smaller
80.
scale here.
I can tell you those demons will still be in the head of Paul Hogan from that day.
45.
You always think that could have been me.
$45.
And Paul Hogan is reacting, but reacting negatively here to this little bit of a move from Glenn Durrant.
It was a second round tie at the Lakeside.
60.
Pretty much bang on. 7 years ago. 7 years ago next week, in fact. Paul Hogan led Glenn Durrant by 3-0, also by 2 legs to 0 in that set. and
41.
Durrant went on to win it. Then beat Darius Labanauskas, then beat Jamie Hughes, and beat Danny Noppert in the final.
Can you please stop mentioning Darius Lamman? Why is his name coming up so much today?
45. $85. $38.
He wants Hogan not to hit much here.
66.
But he got the good 66, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a very odd shot, 66. If you get the treble with the last start, you think, oh, that's a not bad return. You get it with the first start and then get the 5 and the 1. You
60.
hate the 66.
117 when Glenn comes back to keep planting seeds of doubt in the mind of Paul Hogan.
60. Glenn, you reckon 117.
This is the kind of shot that would get him going.
93. But we reckon 120.
But this is the kind of shot that would end the match.
$58. Glenn, you require 24. Game shot on the fifth leg. Glenn Durrant.
Is there a way back? 2 legs on the spin for Glenn Durrant. The comeback is on.
Sixth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Real, this is the leg. This is the one in terms of the context of a match. Maybe the one that Paul Hogan was waiting for, subscribing to the James Wade theory of not wasting trebles or good shots when the leg's already gone.
130.
Little celebration there from Durrant.
That wasn't a celebration, that was fight. That was determination.
60.
And you can see just everything's speeding up a little bit as well, isn't it? He's feeling he's in the fight. He wants to get to the hockey and throw the darts.
Absolutely.
85.
And when you get that fight, this is that fire in the belly I was talking about, where you stop thinking about how you're holding or throwing a dart. When you've got reputation and you start
64.
finding, will set panic into your opponent, which is what we're seeing here with Paul Hogan.
$93.
Good last. Still pretty much in charge of this leg. Glenn Durrant against the throw and would have the throw in a
100.
decider.
Essentially has broken the throw here. It's a big treble.
45.
That the last mistake he's going to be able to make in this match.
60. Then you've got 143.
And if he doesn't take it out, he needs to leave it handy. And he's not going to take it out. So now hoping Hogan
122.
does not clean up
117.
the 117. Our start was a slight misfire from Glenn Durrant, so he's going to have to burn a dart to get to a double.
93. Glenn required 21.
But if he gets to that double and gets that double, being a straight shootout for 2 points. That was a low 5. It was a pressured
5.
dart, a nervy dart,
All you
and the
require
double not
24.
delivered. And that could be as close as he comes.
Game shot and the match.
Glenn Durrant
Paul
trips up
Hogan.
against Paul Hogan, who gets the points in the bank. There was an opportunity for Glenn Durrant there. 2 darts missed to force a decider. Hogan, the happy one at the end. He wins a match as good as puts him through. He's not quite there yet, but he will be if Conan Whitehead beats Chris Lamman in the next game. And if that is the outcome and everything is settled, we will know our Super 6 for the Super Series finals night if Whitehead gets the better of Lamman next.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Paul Hogan get the better of Glenn Durrant by 4-2. So Hogan on to 8 points. And if Conan Whitehead here gets the better of Chris Lamman, well, it's all done. It's all completed. The 3 players that would have qualified through to tomorrow night's final will all be confirmed. And it would mean that the bookmakers' favourite for the week, Lamman, would also be out of the tournament. Right, let's get into this one. Chris Murphy, Matthew Edgar.
That's what it is. It's Lamman against Whitehead, and all is on the line. If Lamman wins it, he closes a gap to 2 points between him and his opponent in this game. And Whitehead doesn't have an easy end to the night. He's got the top 2 to play in Paul Hogan and David Davis. But if Lamman loses, that is that. And Whitehead
First leg, it's Chris to
can
throw
start
first.
planning his route to
Game
another
on.
Champions Week, which he made last time out. And of course, he made in Series 1 when he lifted the title.
140.
Take a look at the odds before the off on this one. Chris Landman available at even money. When you think about what this means for Chris
100.
Landman and the focus he's going to have to put in this game to keep himself alive, the fact that arguably, statistically,
100.
10 points better off than Conan Whitehead yesterday, you'd think that that even money shot is quite a bit of value.
81.
Remaining fixtures for Ladman, Glenn Durrant and Paul Hogan.
100.
An interesting game for Conan Whitehead because he wins it, he's through, but if he loses it, it looks very precarious all of a sudden.
57. Because you require 161. 97. 99. Because you require 64. Game shot on the first.
Great
leg.
start there for Chris Landman in a game that he really needs to win to give himself any hope. Kicks off with a 14 darter.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
There's a lot of these sort of games where you think player needs to get something, but it
100.
just makes it more focused, because in these group matches you can lose that focus at times when there's just abundance of fixtures together. But when they start to
85.
mean individual stories, I tend to find that the players start to find the best, because it starts to replicate that sort of knockout vibe that play on all the various tours.
180.
Conan Whitehead reacting nice and aggressively to hitting that maximum. It's a good game this so
60.
far. We mentioned Whitehead playing for the pain barrier. I know as well that his wife, Jerry Lee, has been helping him try and get it sorted, all of the deep heat and plasters and everything he can think of to try and get him in the right
38.
shape for tonight. He's very grateful for that. He was saying before, actually he said, I should be better than ever. She's totally fixed me.
140.
Oh, very proud when he won that title. Only recently welcomed the daughter into the world as well. Great bonus, an extra £20,000.
75.
That's Ada on the back of his shirt there, on his collar.
60. Conan, you require 108. 56. Because you require 156.
Daddy's doing well, but Chris Landman's looking to snatch it away from him.
60. Conan, you require 52.
That's what he wants. That's what he
Game's
gets.
on the second leg.
Square this one
Conan
up.
Whitehead. Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. 180. 100.
180, the second 180 of this fixture, our biggest 180 hitter of this group.
85.
No surprise, is the man at the top of the table, David Davies. Managed to hit 7 maximums so far across his 5 fixtures.
59.
Average of more than 1 a game. Absolutely spot on there from the Welshman.
Yeah, it's been flawless so far.
45.
Unbeaten at the top of the table. Back in action next against P2 Paul Hogan.
$81.
Speaking of big support, his wife Angie always by his side. You'll be seeing her at finals night.
159.
Great setup shot from Chris Lamman, 159 to leave 32 for a 13 dart leg.
$16. Conan, you require 138.
Looks inviting. Double 9.
129.
How close Conan came.
Chris, you requires 16.
It would have been another sort of 160, wouldn't it? The finish he got to get a grip on the game against Glenn Durrant.
Game shot.
But this time he missed the double
Chris
and his
Landman.
opponent hit.
He'd have been
Well,
hoping
against
for
Conan
a
to
visit
throw
back there as
first.
well. Last start in hand always hurts when you're prowling round the back of the stage, waiting for an opportunity to present itself.
125. 60.
I'm going to say when he arrived in Portsmouth, he'd have been thinking minimum requirement getting to Saturday night, but I don't know which one we're going to talk about because he's arrived in Portsmouth twice this week.
50.
Went back home on Wednesday night to play his Super League fixture.
60.
He wasn't sure of the score. He was tuning in yesterday. He was 4-1, 2-0. Wasn't sure. It was actually 4-3. I've been reliably informed by the people in Kent.
140.
They were really good darts for Conan Whitehead, right in the top of that treble 20 bed. In the lean from Lamman over to
95.
the left-hand side. Interesting when you see that sort of player's eye view of how the darts land in the board. That's perfect.
130.
Obviously not staying there with the... I was enticed in there. Thought he was going to go for the 180 for the double 3.
140.
Chris Lamman.
Conan, you require 56.
You can see the rapid release as well, the way they landed so quick, but it's double 18, his go-to. Missed double 9 in the last leg. Caused him
Game
a problem
shot
then.
the
Doesn't
fourth
cause
leg.
him a problem now.
Conan Whitehead.
2-2.
5th against Chris to throw first. $140. 58.
Game 4 of 10, but the most significant match, it seems, of the evening. The game that could end Chris Landman's hopes, put Conan Whitehead through, take Paul
140.
Hogan with him, and join David Davis, meaning that all the rest of the games would just be jostling for position, but not for qualification.
140. 57. 60.
Whitehead dished out a
Which
big
is
160 finish against
164.
Glenn Durrant. I don't think he's going to have to deal with one here because I would be very confident in Lamman just
60.
looking at the setup play. One of those more traditional players rather than the flash.
It could have been a bit smarter, though. Doesn't matter now, it's
44.
academic, but on
Which require
164,
104.
a lot of players these days will utilise the bullseye. 19, 20 and a 25, give you 64, so it would be 100 left. But he fancied himself to take out the 104.
80.
Couldn't quite manage it, but it won't matter. I think that's been the flaw for Conan Whitehead, really. It's been quite a case of all or nothing for him a lot of the time this week. There's been a lot of 180s and big visits, big checkouts, but a lot of scores where he's not found a treble at all.
Games on the 5th leg.
Chris Lamman finds a
Chris
double
Lamman.
and leads the match 3-2.
Sixth player gets Conan to throw first. $100. 85. 60.
Robert Thornton, Group A winner, first man
45.
through. And saw Darrell Pilgrim and Ron Muhlenkamp took their place this afternoon. Through Group C, David Davies already guaranteed to be this group's qualifier.
123.
We've got 2 more places still available to complete our 6-man lineup for Saturday night.
60.
I'm not looking forward to when that question comes my way of who wins tonight, Matt? That traditionally comes on a Saturday night introduction.
And it will be a tough call.
60.
And that's an example, isn't it? I mean, these two players going
60.
head-to-head
And you have
now.
158.
The likelihood is one of them won't be at finals night, but both are capable of winning finals night.
50.
Got to be in it to win it, and Lamman won't be if he loses,
you
remember.
require
And Whitehead's going to
108.
pile on the pressure here. He's got 6 darts to convert 108. And now needs double 18.
Games on the
And he
6th leg.
sneaks it in the corner
Conan
to force
Whitehead.
that last leg shootout. And, well, the whole rest of this evening's action
Final leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
depends on this leg. A Whitehead win. He's through. Hogan's through. Davis is through. Lamman's out.
140.
If Lamman wins, he closes a gap to Conan Whitehead to just a couple of points. And still get to the same amount of points as Paul Hogan. And
60.
you might say has got favourable fixtures. Playing one of the players he's chasing and bottom place Glenn Durrant
81.
with Whitehead having Hogan and the unbeaten David Davis still to play. Very, very interesting to see how this pans out.
43. 78.
Only one man in the leg at the moment, Matt.
Does feel like last chance saloon here for Conan
60.
Whitehead. It's now going to have to be errors and lots of them for Lamman. And not being able to land the points here. Keep his hopes alive.
60.
Maybe the first little error. No treble. Something big here needed. He ain't going to leave a finish.
60.
He doesn't even close the gap.
Had to be a maximum really there for Conan and just shifted the situation along a bit closer to the finishing line, but the gap's still exactly the same.
56.
And Lamman is afforded this time and the opportunity just to stumble over the line until
140. Christian require
We saw him.
86.
Missed double 9 for a 138 earlier in this match. Does he get a go? Double 7 for Lamman to stop him. And Chris Lamman has just halted the charge of Conan Whitehead. And that win for the Dutchman means that there is still plenty to be determined in this group. Whitehead exits the stage in a little bit of anger. Didn't perform how he would have hoped in that final leg. And Lamman's closed the gap after that victory to just a couple of points to Conan Whitehead, all still to play for. Paul Hogan not safe yet either, but he will be if he beats the league leader David Davis after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Chris Lamman got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3 to keep his hopes of progressing alive. Paul Hogan can join David Davis through to tomorrow's final with a victory in the 5th game of the evening session. David's already assured of his place in the finale tomorrow. He's looking to spoil the hopes of others. Down in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar, Chris Murphy.
Yeah, Paul Hogan looking to be the next man through from this group. David Davis already through. He can relax and might even start to play even better. 5 wins from 5 matches, 10 points. And I think Matthew Edgar alongside me made a great point earlier this evening.
First leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
He said that David Davis no longer looks like a qualifier, like a challenger, like a guest for the Super Series. He looks like the main man.
100.
Well, he is the main man in this group at the moment. Top of the table, unbeaten. Paul Hogan only lost 1 game himself, so we've got a bit of a top of the table tussle here between the two. Hogan sort of stumbling over the line against Glenn Durrant, but I think a lot of that was more down to who he was playing.
Yeah, that solitary defeat was against Davis, obviously, with Davis unbeaten. It wasn't a last leg decider. But 3 of
100.
David's 4 wins last night were in 7-leg encounters. His best win was his first win tonight, a 4-1 success over Chris Lamman, who's just
140.
kept Hogan honest by beating Conan Whitehead. Kept this group a little bit more interesting than it might have been.
85. We have 121.
All we know is that David Davis is through. We know that Paul Hogan loves double 18. Fails to find out on this
103.
occasion. And we know that Glenn Durrant is out of the running.
$44, but we require 18. Game show on the first leg. Paul Hogan.
$14
Second
for
against
that for
David
Paul
to throw
Hogan.
first. Game on.
Could make him feel a lot better because he did have a lot of head shaking going on in that opening fixture with Glenn Durrant.
100.
Despite the fact David Davies has
60.
been top of the table throughout this group, doesn't win this game, he will be jumped by Paul Hogan, who in the alive in-play table off the back of that first leg does move into that top position.
60.
But I genuinely don't feel that David Davies is too bothered about where he finishes, as long as it's first, second, or third.
100.
And the Group B winner and the Group B third place play each other again in the group stages
83.
tomorrow. Joined by the Group C runner-up, which in this week's case was Ron Muhlenkamp.
41.
I was very impressed with the way he spoke after that achievement. Really good philosophical approach to his career at the moment.
60. 125. 134.
64 left for David Davis. Will be under some pressure.
96. David, it requires 64.
Really sure I was so desperate to leave 79, but each to their own. I don't think he was that desperate to leave 79. It's one of those awkward finishes, isn't it, where you don't really want to go for a treble 19 because you don't really want to hit it and leave double 11. But by going for it, if you miss it, you give yourself a better
59.
chance.
David, it required 20.
Double rather than the bull. Couldn't convert the checkout that he didn't want to leave, and now he doesn't want David
Game
Davis
on
to
the
do that,
second
but he
leg.
does.
David Davies.
Doesn't feel comfortable watching Paul
Third against
Hogan at
Paul
the
to
moment,
throw
does it? He's very
first.
fidgety,
Game
he's
on.
very head shaky.
41.
Just holding his elbow a little bit as well on approach after throwing his darts. A few injuries going around, isn't there? A co-shoulder. That would cause him an injury as well.
95.
He's probably done enough. Unless a bit of a late charge for Chris Lamman comes in regards to getting through. And then he's got quite a nice big break before
100.
tomorrow evening if there is a problem there. –
99. $60.
And a chance for some fireworks now. Not sure
98.
that Paul Hogan fancies
David
any
Maguire,
fireworks, though.
161.
That one's kind of fizzled out because he's made the wrong switch and left himself on a bogey. Davis not going to take out the 161 anyway, but Hoagie on a bogey.
65. $60. David, you require 96.
Break the throw.
$88. Well, you require 108.
Paul Hogan, I said, looked very distracted at the back. He's just so fidgety, looking all around the room. We'll be looking at double 18 here.
90. David, you require
When you do
8.
feel a little bit tight in the arm, you're always going to pull it low. Hold on to it a little bit too long.
Game shot on the third leg. David Davies.
Well, David Davis first appeared at the Super Series as an amateur
Forward
darts
against David
circuit
to
qualifier. Just a little
reverse.
bit of breaking news from the ADC qualifier for the MODUS Super Series. Tom Sykes has just successfully
on.
defended his ADC Yorkshire and Humber title and will be here at the Super Series in the coming weeks. It was a
60.
7-2 victory against Sam Spivey in the final. In front of a sellout crowd, that.
100.
Must have been free tickets in Yorkshire. I'm allowed to say it.
100. $180.
South Yorkshire myself, and quite often there'd be an exhibition on where you'd pay £3 or £5 and you'd get your pie and peas with it as well.
125.
Brown sauce, mint sauce,
Mint sauce, yeah, mint sauce.
45.
and of course a nice dollop of gravy. Well, David Davis has been different gravy so far in this group. He's looking to carry on this absolutely
44.
divine
David,
dominant spell
76.
and make it 6 from 6. Double 8 to move in within 1 of a second win in as many days against Paul Hogan. Double 4 now.
Game show on the
In it
fourth
goes.
leg. David Davies.
This run and this journey of David Davies,
Fifth leg, it's Paul to throw first.
He-
Game on.
plays well and you think, okay, let's just see that again and then let's see it again. And it's got to the point now where I'm just sort of sat nodding along like,
100.
yeah, I'm liking this. This is a good performance from David Davies. Again. Kind of been faultless, really. It's been very functional. It's been very productive.
180.
Been very well timed.
Well, is it time for something so special?
100.
A Super Series souvenir. Will not be a perfect leg, but it may well be a perfect
85.
Group B campaign. And that has not been done very often
100. $45. 55. 57. We record 146. $125. David, you record
Yes, took out
134.
Big finish for the match. It was a 114 against Glenn Durrant. This 20 points better. But it could be the same result.
120.
Become more and more common that
We require 21.
staying on the treble 20 for a less favourable double, but giving yourself a go at a double. He missed that double to win the match.
Game shot on the fifth
And he
leg.
doesn't get another in this leg.
Hogan.
Paul Hogan stays in it, still sticking around, still hoping to inflict the first defeat on Davis. Still
Sick
fiddling
leg is
around with his
David to throw
elbow.
First. Game on.
Maybe trying to relieve a bit of tension. It has been a darting perfect leg
81.
today, by the way. Michael van Gerwen has hit a 9-darter over in a gala in Germany.
36.
So when I say a gala, that's what they call it over there. He didn't win a goldfish for the 9-dart leg. Big events over in Deutschland, and he hit it against
60.
a German player as well. He was cheered, not booed. It was against the former world semi-finalist, Gabriel Clemens.
100.
Kind of all that was missing from the World Championship, wasn't it?
Yeah, it had everything else. It had plenty of stories and drama. Always about the stories. Plenty of
60.
those. Two unseeded players going deep. Luke Littler in the final. Scott Williams reaching the semi. All played in good spirits as well, wasn't it, this year, the World Championships?
Yeah, there was a few little moments, but they all mostly happened in the press conference, didn't they?
83.
Gary Anderson versus the media.
60.
There's always certain people as well when they get knocked out of it that you can rely on some really interesting social media posts, and even those players
92.
didn't deliver in the normal style.
$60. David, it requires 68.
Well, David Davis has done everything right at the Super Series so far. And it's carrying on in that vein. Double top.
28.
He will return. Once again, Paul Hogan leaves a finish that he
82.
can't take out when he had the option not to do that.
40. Game
And David
shot
Davis
of the
wins
match.
leg 6 to make it
David
6 out of
Davis.
6. He remains on course for an unblemished, unbeaten Group B campaign. Hogan couldn't do it, and he's the man in second position. David Davis, the top dog in Group B, and already through to finals night, of course. Hogan goes down. He is pretty much as good as there, but just has to look over his shoulder a little bit. Chris Lamman is trying to usurp either him or Conan Whitehead, and he's in action against Glenn Durrant next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've reached the halfway point of our night's action here at the Live Lounge Report. It means it is time to get the half-time assessment of Primetime himself, Matthew Egg. As I say, midway through the evening's action, this is what we have seen so far tonight. These are the results from our 5 matches, and well, it is still so far so good as far as David Davies is concerned. He continues to fly through the group. He's won all 6 games that he has played so far in there. Elsewhere, Paul Hogan, well, he's won 1, he's lost 1 this evening because of that defeat before the break, but he's still in a strong suit. Conan Whitehead and Chris Lamman, well, they could be the two that are locked into battle. And crucially, Chris Lamman won that 4th game of the session to keep him into contention in terms of qualifying through. As I say, Matt is alongside me. Let's go in chronological order then as we describe the night, because it kind of began from the get-go, really, didn't it? Glenn Durrant's game against Conan Whitehead. Glenn got out of the traps quite well, but Conan Whitehead hit him with some sucker punches.
He did. Glenn Durrant was really making a move at the right point in that game. He was 2-0 down. He pulled it back to 2 apiece. He was starting to reel up close and look like he was going to pull it back and go 3-2 ahead. Conan Whitehead dug deep and pulled out a massive 160 finish. From that point, I don't think Glenn Durrant's recovered. We've seen moments of fight in him in the Paul Hogan game, but I've never really felt he's got back on the horse quite as much. There's only so many times you can get knocked off and want to get back on it again. And I think maybe we're at that point now for Glenn.
So that was Conan going 3-2 up there against Glenn. You can actually see there in the facial reactions from Duzza, but this in the job, the 8-8 for Conan, a victory which puts him onto 6 points in the group. That was because of that 4-3 defeat late one against Chris Lamb. We'll talk about that in just a second, but I want to talk a bit more about David Davies because he just continues to excel in this group. There was expectations going into him in this week, thinking that maybe he can kick on, and boy, is he doing exactly that.
I think sometimes he's come here and put a lot of pressure on himself or a lot of expectation. This time, you can really see all that experience coming through. He's really managing all the situations extremely well. David Davies is someone, when you look at this group, you wouldn't think would be top of the table with a 100% record, but he believes it. And he's starting to show it. And I've been mightily impressed with David Davies. I can't see a single foot that he's put wrong so far.
So Chris Lamman lost that game to David, but he recovered well against Gonan and Whitehead, and it just gives him a sniff, gives him a sneak still of qualification.
I still like Chris Landman to get through this, I think the fixtures work out quite well for Chris Landman coming up at the back end of this. He's going to be able to apply some scoreboard pressure if he can continue to compound the misery on Glenn Durrant, that coming up in a game's time. So I think Chris Landman could still sneak a place here. He should still be brimming with confidence. It was just a month ago that he was playing in that Lakeside final against Andy Bartons. So I think there's more darts to be thrown here for Lamman in a positive sense.
Be interested to see how that race develops. Let's have a look and see how the table occupies itself then at the halfway point of the night. David Davies, now, he's looking to do what not many have done here at the Super Series before, and that is to complete throughout the card an entirety of a Group B. In the history of the competition, only 3 players have ever done that in a Group B. He could become the 4th if he does that this evening. Paul Hogan in second spot. He looks like he's in a comfortable suit. He's 4 points ahead of Chris Lamman. Conan Whitehead in third is he who's going to find himself in the most jeopardy. So that is how Week 7 Group B looks, but we're going to have a little bit of a look ahead to next week and see what Week 8 is going to bring us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is the list of players who are going to be taking part. Very interesting name at the top of Group B. We'll get to that in just a second. But elsewhere, we've got the former WDF World Champion Neil Dove, Colin McGarry, star of the World Seniors Tour, John Worsley, Matt Clark, 3 times the Champions Week participant, got to the jackpot match in Series 2. In Group B, Martin Adams, the legend, the 3-time champion of the world, Gary Stone, who's played some really good stuff this year in the WDF system. He's going to be a big favourite going into next week. Whilst in Group C, 2 legends of the game looking to gear themselves up ahead of assaults to the World Seniors Championship in February, Andy Hamilton and Dal Fitton. But Matt, you're going to be in action next week. Just firstly, how are you gearing up ahead of this?
Well, I've had 0 preparation time in this. It was literally a very, very last sort of decision in which to play. Now, my big ambition, I've made it very, very clear, I want to go to Lakeside next year. It's going to be a year build, it's going to be a year project, and I need to get ready for that. This may be coming a little bit too soon, but you've got to start the journey somewhere. And the worst thing I can do is sit in hiding and sort of just try and play it perfectly. Sometimes what you've got to do, you've got to jump in that deep end. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to try and build up and get ready starting from next week. We're going to try and do it properly.
Now, usually I would say to the pundit, who do you think the favourite's going to be for next week? But considering that you are playing, I'm going to ask the question a different way. Who do you think's the biggest threat?
Myself. I'm going to give you the same answer.
This is a man brimming with confidence.
I'm not brimming with confidence. That's the problem. The threat is, I believe that if I come out here and I start playing the way that I have done on some of the events that I've been playing in over the last year, I'll be fine and I'll win that week. However, I don't play much darts no more. I wouldn't even class myself as a part-time dart player. I think I played 6 tournaments since September 22. So there's not much darts in there. But when I have done it, as soon as I start playing and you get a leg in, the fire in the belly starts going. Ask me after a game next week. I'll tell you what the answer's going to be. I'm very, very honest with my assessments of myself, but I'm looking forward to it now, actually. It's settled in. I've had the day to try and let it come in. I've even had 30 minutes practice today. But in serious, though, Gary Stone, what a player he is. Big, big scorer. He's going to be a danger.
Well, how do there, guys? Because we're going to see some primetime entertainment from Edgar TV himself.
Matthew Whitehead was absolutely sublime.
Yeah, we will find out next week. But all I could think when I was watching that little VT was the housery from Matthew Edgar, standing at the edge of the stage, hands on hips, nodding his head like some sort of wrestler. Used to be a wrestler, actually. I better be careful what I say as he walks back into the comms box. But yeah, he's looking forward to next week. I suppose your little mission, your little tongue-in-cheek mission, because the man on your screen right now is going to be commentating, Glenn Durrant, is just to do better than him.
Well, that won't be too hard, will it? No, there's my one joke. I should have...
First leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on.
He knew one was coming, surely.
He'll be out for revenge. And he's also, on the other side of the coin, going to be alongside Chris Mason, of course, who remains the only Super Series commentator / pundit
100.
to have gone and won a week.
Paul
140. Nicholson's tried. Scott Mitchell's tried. Glenn Durrant's tried. Matthew Eggers tried. Mace aced it. Got through to Champions Week. Got through to Champions Night.
38.
It was round about a year ago, wasn't it? It was round about the same time as Q School was on. History could repeat itself.
100.
I won't back it, though. There's the... I like to give some tips and predictions.
85.
Well, just bringing it back to the context of tonight, we do know that Glenn Durrant won't be making it through to Champions Week or indeed Finals Night
57.
tomorrow. But Chris Lamman still can, and a win here for the Dutchman would put him level on points with Conan Whitehead. He does have a big gap of 5 legs against him in the leg deficit.
58.
So can't move up the table with this win, but then Whitehead's in action next against Paul Hogan, and at that point Whitehead could drop out of the top 3.
54.
Did lose this game 4-0 last night. Glenn Durrant will not want a repeat of that, and is going the right way about stopping it.
150. 134. Glenn
Beautiful
required
setup
80.
play there from Lamman. That makes it a bit tricky for Glenn. Not guaranteed a dart the double. Went for the 25 to leave the ball. Visibly playing with a lot more pace.
22.
Again, Glenn Durrant.
Requires 16.
Getting drawn into the pace here of Chris Lamman. Can do when you play one of the quicker players.
8. Then you require 58.
An opportunity here for Glenn to hold his throat. An opportunity he probably didn't expect to be getting here.
Got to take the breaks when you catch them. Double 10.
48.
Glenn can't quite manage to do that.
8.
So he might be broken himself. Lamman, double 4, double 2.
Game
In it
shot
goes
the
for the
first
Dutchman.
leg. Chris Landman.
5 unanswered legs in this fixture across the last couple of nights.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
That was a big exhale of breath, but almost in a deflating fashion there for Glenn Durrant.
35.
Put that tweet out. Say how he was going to try and be so much more positive. But it's hard to be positive when it's a negative environment. This is something to be positive about, Glenn.
140.
There's often been
100.
unfortunate. He hasn't played as well as he would have hoped. We all know that. But often when he's had his really good legs, it's been when his opponent has as well.
65.
That will be no coincidence. As I keep talking about, when you get
60.
embroiled in those battles, it becomes an easier game to play. I've always said the easiest players to play, not the easiest players to beat, of course, but the easiest ones to play, Michael Smith, Michael Van Gerwen,
58.
those players that play at complete elite levels and quick. Because you can get to the hockey nice and quick, and you don't need to worry about what they're doing because you just expect them to hit everything.
46.
He's already had a 160 checkout hit against him tonight. That goes against him as well. It bounced off the other dart, but a good recovery
Because you require 160.
to get himself down to a finish. Well, not again. It won't happen this time. So Durrant 1-2-1. You know what? I think he's going to take this. I don't know why. Just got a feeling. He'll have to do it on the ball.
96. Because you require 20.
Murphy almost coming to fruition.
Yeah, it was that pound shop crystal ball.
No score.
But he could really take this
25.
and get this game level again and back on throw.
Game shot in the second.
Maybe it was that shot you meant.
Glenn Durrant.
Since how many darts it would take him.
Feel like it's
Always
Glenn
a
to throw
loophole.
first. Game on.
You can see there does a factor though, can't you? Everyone
96.
has sort of come off the peak of their game when they play against Glenn, and it's just that aura and that history he has.
40. $140.
Beautiful bit of rhythm there for Guzza as he puts in his third 140 of the match.
25.
Lamman now is 5 darts behind. 2 on the floor. And the visit has Glenn thrown first in this match.
46.
Very quickly makes his presence felt.
When you're playing your local league darts, at that point, your team would say, it's a good one to win, pal.
Good stuff from Glenn. Yes.
190.
Maximum. Keep the pressure high.
100. Glenn, you require
A
39.
bit of time on his side. 7 and double 16. Well, that works just as well. Double 10.
Game shot in the third leg. Glenn Durrant.
14 darter again for Duzza. He liked that. He give it a point at the board.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Average rose up to be on the 86 mark as well here for Glenn.
100.
Not been a question of can he find it. It's a question of can he find it consistently. That's been the problem for Glenn.
100. $60.
I think he's enjoying the rhythm and the pace of this as well. Traditionally, Glenn, when he talks about the darts in the past, will say he prefers to play a slower, more methodical player. But as you mentioned yesterday, he's almost got to forget that. And this is Glenn Durrant 2.0 or maybe even 3.0.
You've got to adapt to your surroundings, haven't you, to the current
131.
circumstances, and difficult not to cling on to former glories and just deal with what you're going through right now.
Well, the tough thing is when you deal with former glories, it's completely safe. You don't have to defend anything, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to produce anything. You can just sit and enjoy those moments, which has a time and a place.
24.
Could put a little bit of pressure. You can find a treble in this visit. Just to tap Lamman on the shoulder.
64. Chris, you require 46.
Chooses tops, hits tops, 2-2.
Chris Landman.
Competitive game of darts, and that was the word that Glenn Durrant used in his interview before one was thrown yesterday. He wants to be competitive.
59. $131. 60.
This is the point where Lamman can make a move on the Durrant throw.
100.
Two players that have something in common, that they have graced that lakeside stage at the final 2 point.
140.
That was a good visit from Glenn.
60.
He was looking like he was a bit stranded in this leg, and suddenly he's back in it.
$59.
That reaction says that he felt like he was back in it as well.
60.
Lamman not able to take advantage.
$87. Because you require 150.
So it can't surely happen again. The
90.
big
You
finish
require
happening to Glenn.
96.
But you feel this has to go.
Rescue act needed. Treble 17. Did it have to go?
64. Because you
Just
require
in
60.
case. Double 16 left. But look at that. Completely
Game's
open.
on the fifth
And he just
leg.
Pulls
Chris
it through the
Landman.
V of the flight. Use it as a guide there, Chris Lamman. Pat on the
Sigregis
back
Chris
from
does
Glenn
reversed.
Durrant.
Game
He
on.
knows the importance of those kind of finishes. Is it the one that finishes him in this match?
60.
He was just getting fired up as well, wasn't he, to the back end of that leg? It seems to be
27.
that way every time he's sort of stoking something up and just pips him to the post.
85.
Get to the back end of these legs. Every single mistake becomes more fatal.
60.
It feels that way as well when you're up there and you're playing and make those mistakes. You think, that's the last one I can make, and then you get a little bit of hope, and it's the hope that kills you.
Halfway through the evening's hours, 4 games to go. Hogan against Whitehead next, a real significant match.
66.
David Davis, the last opponent for Glenn Durrant at the Super Series this week. Well, Lamman faces Hogan, and Whitehead meets Davis.
60.
Right now, they're the top 3. Davis, Hogan, Whitehead. Lamman just 2 points
58.
behind Conan Whitehead right now. And that will be eradicated if he takes out this 1-3-2 when he comes back, or maybe finishes it off in the visit after that.
Might not be a finish after that.
123. Chris Jericho 132.
By not saying straight with that last start,
92. Glenn
means Glenn Durrant's going to need 2 trebles rather than just the 1.
And could only get the 1.
91. Chris Jericho.
This has been as good as it's got from Glenn Durrant, really. The performance was decent. But that's the end of it. Chris Landman gets the win. A 4-2 success. Big hug from Glenn Durrant. He knows it was a good game, that. The pair of them playing at a similar standard. In fact, Glenn Durrant had the higher average of the pair, 81.76 for the former Premier League champ, just over 80 for Chris Lamman, but he just managed to buy himself more opportunities. 12 darts at double, hitting a third of those attempts, and he picks up the points that gets this group really tight, because he's now level with Conan Whitehead for third place, and Whitehead plays second place Paul Hogan in the next match.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Chris Lamman picked up a big win, a crucial win. He moves on to 6 points, getting the better of Glenn Durrant by 4 legs to 2. Well, Paul Hogan's got a couple more games to play tonight. He's still not technically through yet, although he is going to play a big part into how proceedings will end, because his last 2 matches are against Conan Whitehead and Chris Lamman, respectively. It's the Barbarian that is first up for Crocodile Dundee, Matthew Edgar. Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry Deacon. Yeah, big game. Paul Hogan can seal qualification with a victory in this one. He's pretty much as good as there anyway.
First leg,
Conan
it's
Whitehead
Paul to throw
is
first.
just hoping to turn
Game
around
on.
that difficult to take defeat against Chris Lamman. Had he beat him in game 4, he'd be through already. It would all be done.
140.
Hogan, with defeat, can't yet guarantee qualification. I was just checking that.
60.
But if he lost 4-3 and then was beaten 4-0 by Lamman, then he could slip out of the top 2. So no result other than a win can seal his spot.
85.
As for Conan Whitehead, if he was to win heavily, he would put a big leg difference gap between himself and Chris Lamman, but still not enough to secure qualification from this match.
95.
Nearly at that point where we know our Saturday night lineup. There are Plenty more twists and turns.
140.
Chris Lamman is making a last-minute dash to the line.
100. Can you require 161?
Hogan still has Lamman to play, and Whitehead still has Davis to play. The 4 players involved in that qualification race, although one of them has already won the race, is David
81.
Davis. Active.
Game shot on the
I was going to say, if Conan Whitehead
Paul
wins this
Hogan.
match, then Davis would have won the group, but Paul Hogan still got hopes of that. And that bullseye
It's Conan to throw
aids
first.
those hopes.
Game on. $60. $100. $140.
Whitehead hits.
140.
140. Hogan answers in kind.
$41. $100. $140. But we record 161.
You get the feeling that this is a game where both players are very aware that the time is
95.
severely
Only
running out on
require
them here, and they are
120.
walking the plank here in Group B.
80. Paul, you require 66.
Doesn't often do things easily, Conan Whitehead. Ready for double 18. Conan shaking his head. He
Game
thinks
shot
it's
the
inevitable,
second
and it
leg.
often is with Hogan
Paul
on that
Hogan.
target, and he was right. 2-0. 2 out of 2 on the doubles. An 81 and a
Delegates
66.
Paul to throw
Both
first.
the
Game
complete 15 dart legs.
Paul Hogan's certainly enjoying it. Big beaming smile across the face.
70. 81. 100. 123. 140.
Needs to get going here, Conan Whitehead. Starting to find himself in that territory where he could drop out of the top 3.
43.
Right now, he's in there, 3rd spot. If he loses this leg, we might
60.
see his name replaced with that of Chris Lamman without even having to throw a dart. And Paul Hogan is making great progress. Top 3 go through, remember. David Davis already there. Paul
140.
Hogan halfway there now.
141.
Oh, and this would really hurt. Double 16.
99. Conan, you require
Is there a skin saver
140.
here for Whitehead? Cannot finish.
$44. Paul, you require
Put himself a leg
32.
away. One successful dart away.
Game shot.
Gets it with a last dart. And when we talk
Paul
about that
Hogan.
misery and that expectancy when Conan Whitehead was expecting the double 18 to go in,
4 flag, it's Conan to throw
he
first.
gets that last dart in hand, you start to hope.
And And as if by magic, it's a different player in provisional
43.
P3. Qualification now beckons for Chris Lamman. Whitehead falling out of those spaces as things stand.
100.
And Paul Hogan about to secure his Saturday spot.
85.
Lamman plays Hogan in game 9 tonight, and he'll be able to wrap it up there.
85.
Conan Whitehead's task is playing David Davis. He might need to win that to get through.
140.
You never know, though. Setbacks can cause comebacks, and Conan Whitehead might be starting the first step towards one here.
41. 180.
Lovely, tight, compacted 180 there for Whitehead to follow up the 140.
130. Conan, you require 53.
The reaction that tells you he's up for the fight. Still believes he can turn this one around.
33.
They are his first starts at double in this match.
145.
That's been dominated by Paul Hogan. Won't end with a fanfare finish.
85. Conan, you require 20.
Big dart coming in. Big dart. And that big old dart of Conan Whitehead might have blocked the passage in. And you could see
Paul, you require
the
60.
point was turned away from the double. And now Paul Hogan may take full advantage. He does. It's a whitewash over Whitehead. Paul Hogan, in gaining that victory, seals his spot at Saturday's finals night. Yep, arms aloft. He's done it. He's there. Hogan will be in action at finals night on Saturday. Conan Whitehead, well, now he finds himself in a real spot of bother. He's been replaced in third place by Chris Lamman, and he's going to have to beat David Davis. But even if he does, when he gets there, it might be academic. Davis in action next. He's unbeaten. Glenn Durrant hasn't won yet. Are we going to see the ultimate outcome in that one? That is coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Paul Hogan will be in tomorrow night's final. 10 points is enough for him now. And, well, coming up next, Glenn Durrant is in action. He takes on David Davies. It's been a perfect night as far as David Davies is concerned. It's been a perfect group as far as David Davies is concerned. He takes on Duzza. Looking to end on a high watching this one. Chris Murphy, Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, as the old tale goes, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. David Davies, unbeaten, looking to go through the card. Still has a couple of games to play, this one and a match against Conan Whitehead. But could move within one of that brilliant feat. Glenn Durrant is within one of the worst possible outcome. Playing 2 nights without a win across his 8 games. Is that kind of match, isn't it, Matt, that just sometimes is all perfectly set for the ultimate upset?
Happens so often as well, doesn't it, here at the Super Series, where games can just get lost in a cluster of fixtures. Glenn leave us with a bit of a swan song.
First leg, it's
Can
David.
David
to throw
Davies keep his
first.
focus?
Game on.
Everything about him's been impressive over the last couple of nights,
48.
David Davies, when he spoke after winning all 4 last night. He said, I've never been in this position before, I won't take anything for granted, and he hasn't. He's made sure that he's gone and got the job done.
57.
It may turn out that he didn't actually need to win another game. And would still have qualified. Paul Hogan, by the way, has now joined him, so our
100.
finals night field has reached 5 players, with 1 remaining. That will be either Chris Lamman or Conan Whitehead. Robert Thornton,
140.
Darrell Pilgrim and Ron Muhlenkamp already there. It's shaping up like a very, very tasty first finals night of 2024.
There's that assurance we was
180.
talking about before. When he first came here, opponent is a 140, you'd almost see the panic instantly across the face of David Davies. Like he's got used to living at this sort of standard now and being hit with
58.
big things. He's just like, oh, you want to play it like that, do you, pal? Have a bit of this.
$26.
Well, bit of perseverance there. It just opens the door slightly for Durrant. We'll need a couple of trebles to really feel good about the leg.
There'll be players up and down the country that play in their local league, so we're going, I do that every time.
58.
180,
David
26.
147.
Well, is he going to follow the 26 with a stunning checkout? Not quite.
107.
It was a great setup play. It's got to be the next best thing there for David Davies. It's the only thing that Glenn can do in this leg.
99. David require 40.
Double 20. Double 10.
20.
And neither found, so Glenn
89.
Durrant gets himself an opportunity. An unexpected one at that.
At the ball.
64. David required 20.
Fine effort, but David Davies returns for another 3 darts in hand.
No score. Glenn required
Not given
25.
there to move and just open up the bed very slightly. Could have used that as a bit of a wall.
Yeah, hasn't been doing that. 6 darts squandered. At the outer ring, oh, Glenn Durrant can't believe he's done that.
No score. David required 20.
He's sort of wasted
Game shot on the first
that
leg.
last start. He went in a
David
single
Davies.
19. he could have left himself on a double, but he threw it in a manner which was pretty careless.
Second leg, it's Glenn to throw first.
Maybe had the feeling that having already missed 6, David Davis wasn't about to miss a 7th, and he was right.
$180.
Made himself angry.
Not too many problems with the Maxers. That's his
100.
6th maximum of his campaign here. He makes it a 7th. He's on the 9.
Come on, Glenn, fill it up.
121.
Look at the frustration.
$58.
Imagine if it had hit the 9. The Parmos and the Fabrizio Ravanelli Corinthian figures would have been going up in the air in Middlesbrough.
82. $60. Glenn, you require 118. $58.
Those opening 6 darts for Duzzer have given plenty of time when it comes to the back end of the leg. David Davies, the questions I said at the start of this match was,
56.
will he be able to keep his focus?
Glenn, you require
Because
60.
the adrenaline would have stopped by now.
But he couldn't miss anything at the start of the leg. He can't hit anything at the end of it.
$24.
He's left the double in the end, but going to be in a situation now where David Davies will be on a finish.
100. Glenn, you require 36.
Left himself the hinks.
Can get awkward. That could be of use. But he can't use it.
David, you require 127.
Gets a dart at the ball. An unlikely leg.
102. Glenn, you require 9.
Well, Glenn has missed a few big numbers in this game. There's a sign. The confidence of going up to the big 1.
No score.
Ultimately finds it when he
David,
didn't want
you
it.
require 25.
Well, he was on the 9 at the start of the leg, and he's on the 9 at the end of the leg. Will he get a go at the 9?
9.
He will.
Glenn, you require 9.
5 perfect darts started this leg. Well, this is an interesting ploy.
No score.
Answers on a postcard.
David, you require 16.
The brain has gone to mush for Duzzer.
No
He gets a
score.
third opportunity. Will
Glenn,
it
you
be
require 9.
try and do plan A better? No, it looks like he's changing the plan.
Yeah, more conventional, more sensible. He's going to get 2
Games
bites of
on
this.
the
He only needs
second
1.
leg. Glenn
Durrant
Durrant.
levels.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Well, David Davies, who's not put a foot wrong really throughout this Group B campaign, now 1 from 13 on the doubles.
43.
And it's been a big issue in this game. I was trying to scratch my head and remember whether or not Glenn Durrant had ever hit a 9. I know he'd hit 1 in pairs. few years ago. In fact, the only mixed pairs 9 dart he hit with Claire Stamper, then Stainsby.
100.
He had the 180 and the 141 at the end. She had the 180 in the middle. He did have one in 2013 as well. So, those are perfect legs. None of them really came in the heyday of his
57.
starting career. It would have been something remarkable that he managed to produce it tonight, having lost all of his matches over 2 nights at the Super Series.
100.
Imagine what commentary would have been like next week with Glenn Durrant had he hit the 9. I reckon he may have mentioned it once or twice. Back in the red.
180.
This time it's on the David Davies throw.
$26. Glenn McGuire, 139. $101.
12 darts there for Duzza to leave. Single dart for double.
45. Glenn McGuire, 38.
Well, he went for a 6 there to leave double 16. Instead, he's ended up on double 14. And now he's ended up on double 7. Now, this could get really unnecessarily
24.
awkward for Glenn Durrant because he had the option there. I mean, not many players would do that if they're going to split anyway, but he could have bust, couldn't he, and put himself back on 38. Had another go at that 6 for double 16. He could split again
57.
here.
Glenn McGuire, 14.
6 or a 10. But he's straight for it. Has to attack it.
Game
And he
show on
lands
the
it.
third leg.
And he leads
Glenn
the league
Durrant.
leader.
Fourth leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on. $45.
Well, in normal terms, in terms of status, this is a David and Goliath clash. The way round of David Davis.
97.
Been David in more than one way in that story, but in terms of this group, it's the other way round. And we could be seeing the most remarkable result here.
55.
Davis won all of his matches. Durrant lost all of his. He leads. It's his last chance to pick up points at the Super Series.
123.
Well, he does have the breaker throw that he would require.
100.
Essentially in the scoring phase here, David Davies already got that breaker throw back. But got to get over the line and hammer home that advantage.
100.
Hasn't been too successful for him on the outer ring. Just 7.69% as things stand. Really, he's going to get a chance to improve it in this leg.
60.
I'm just looking a little laboured at the moment for both players who've had their woes with doubling in this game. Been a lot of hundreds from David Davis. That's his 10th in the match, but hasn't often added to it.
100.
In fact, has not recorded a 140.
Well, he's going to get more time here, David Davies, in order to start registering some success on the outer ring.
$41.
He'll be aware of the frailties from David Davies in this one. Will just want to keep himself in touching distance just in case.
Required 40.
David Davies can't break the pattern.
There's been an awful lot of missing,
30.
and it goes on.
Glenn, you
He's
require
missed more
80.
doubles in this match, and he's missed in all of his other matches combined, David Davies. 15 have now gone begging in just 4 legs. Then Durrant can pick his pocket and move them in one of
Game shot the
victory.
fourth leg.
And that's where he is.
Glenn Durrant.
The bottom player, the beaten player, the bruised player.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
1 leg away from
Game
conquering the undefeated dominant force in this group.
Little touch of the Darrell Pilgrims going on at the back of the stage there for Glenn Durrant.
44.
Adopting the phantom throw.
$77. $96.
The pause and an exhale of breath there. That's a sign the heart rate is starting to build up on Glenn Durrant. Maybe he's starting to believe here that he can
55.
pick up a victory.
The punters are starting to believe as well. I know that you test the bet builder earlier of what punters might want to happen. This fixture was in it. This result was in it. Durrant beating Davis.
Whoa!
If he does do it, that bet builder will land. But a 180 landed by Davis. He's still got a big say in this.
140.
I think it's going to be a kind of emotional ending. Many willing Glenn Durrant to go out on a high.
95.
Nobody more than himself. But David Davis has got a job to do. He's got this own target. He wants to be among that elite group of players who have won all of their matches.
87.
Oh, I'm not an expert lip
David
reader, but when that
Maguire,
does, I think he said something
86.
like, that's perfect. Well, that's perfect.
$70.
The doubles
Glenn Maguire,
continue to plague him.
142.
Is he going to stay on that target? He did. Can see why.
110.
Beautiful setup play there from Glenn
116.
Durrant. 1 from 18 on the outer ring here, David Davies. It continues to grow, the missed doubles. Can he compose himself?
Game shot on the fifth leg. David Davis.
Finally, he's able to register a leg on the board. But Glenn Durrant does have the advantage of throw here.
Sixth leg is Glenn to throw first.
Can he hammer
Game
home
on.
that advantage? Get his first points here at the MODUS Super Series. Starts perfectly.
140.
Great third dart as well after that second one landed low. Used the available space in the treble like it was an ocean he was chucking a pebble into.
And approaching the hockey, he'd have been thinking just hit a ton, give me 1 treble. He'll come away with 2.
And just trying to find that space, this time to the left. Now he switches.
59.
David Davis isn't in the position he's in by rolling over, by bowing
140.
down to his opponents. He's gone and got everything he's deserved.
$98.
You called it quite early in this game. There is a real urgency, isn't there, in the approach of Glenn Durrant.
Brilliant from Davies.
140.
When he needs to break the throw, it doesn't. To hit a hat trick of 140s.
$96. David require
Keeps himself
81.
interested. Just clinging to the coattails. He may only be the bull, despite that hat trick of ton 40s, but no, he does get a dart at the outer ring to level the match.
55.
But he hit the outer ring, the outermost
David
ring.
require 108.
And Glenn Durrant could win for the first time in his last match. Double 16 for Glenn Durrant to exercise all of his darting demons.
92.
They
David
still
required
linger
26.
around.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
we go
leg.
all the way.
David Davies.
David Davies now has the advantage of throw in a final leg shootout with Durrant. He's had a match start for the second time in this tournament. He has approached the Oki to win a match.
Not the biggest game he's ever played. He's played in the biggest games you could imagine, Glenn Durrant, but just get the sense that was a big moment for him. Just looking at his reaction in the background there, he did look a little deflated, but then tried to go through the process of resetting it. The big one I always remember is when Peter Wright missed those 6-match darts in the Premier League, and then he was just gone, wasn't he? Kind of all just forgot about the last
134.
leg.
Big
100.
last start there for David Davies, and Glenn would have been hoping just to hear a trebleless visit, but he's digging deep again here, is Glenn.
100.
Like, I know nobody should have favourites, and
58.
we in our job should remain impartial. David Davies is already through, and we've watched Glenn Durrant there really put himself in the big bear pit, the goldfish bowl, everybody looking in, watching, seeing him struggling.
140.
And I think there'll be a big cheer from our production gallery if Glenn can get over the line in this one. I think there'll be a few cheers from wherever many people are watching at home as well.
Glenn 127.
Imagine if he did it with the Hinks.
It would have been 127 and Glenn. 103 for
39.
David Davies, though, to
David
deny the fairy
103.
tale.
$43. Glenn require
He opted for the
88.
ball, 2 darts on 82. Glenn may end on the ball. Can Glenn win on the ball? Can Durrant do it?
40. David requires
You'd expect
60.
David Davies to have 2-match starts here at a double of choice. Double has been trying to leave throughout this match.
Game
Wasn't to
shot
be
and the match.
For Glenn Durrant, he had his
David
opportunities. The most opportunities he's had in any game. It's twice he's taken David Davies to last leg deciders. The chance to win a game disappears from Glenn's grasp as Durrant is defeated for an 8th and final time over a difficult last couple of nights. David Davies will look to win for an 8th and final time in Group B when he takes on Conan Whitehead in the curtain closer. But before that, a crucial contest between Chris Lamman and the already qualified Paul Hogan.
So close yet so far for Glenn Durrant. He ends pointless at the MODUS Super Series. David Davis is a game away from completing the card 2 nights in succession, but it's all about qualification here in our penultimate match of the night as Chris Lamman takes on Paul Hogan, and it's being watched by Matthew Edgar, who's alongside Chris Murphy.
Yeah, Hogan already through with David Davis, and Chris Lamman can seal qualification if he gets a big victory here. A win of 4-1 or 4-0 will send Lamman through to finals night. Any other outcome,
First leg,
and
it's
he has
Chris
to wait on the outcome
first.
between
Game on.
Conan Whitehead and David Davis. And maybe Lamman would be feeling a little bit less confident of Davis doing the job for him, having witnessed what we've witnessed in the previous match. So he has to do it himself, and that's not a bad way to start.
Yeah, the intensity you could see was clearly out of the David Davies game. He's done what he needed to do. He probably wants to go and celebrate. Head back to his accommodation and
100.
soak in the achievement and get ready to come here tomorrow and try and pick up probably his biggest paycheck to date.
45.
What big dirty kebabs were the ways for dart players to celebrate these days.
Can commentators join in?
105.
Absolutely. I celebrate. What a good job I've done every single night in that fashion.
45. Chris record
Diet Coke.
116.
Yeah, but no salad. I'm on a diet. Double top.
96. 97. Question required 20. 15.
Didn't have to go for that. Could have left it a lot easier for himself, Chris Lamman. Bit of match management there.
100.
Could have
Question required 5.
just alleviated some pressure here.
Game shot.
Pressure. What pressure?
Chris Landman. Second leg is
left
Paul to throw
Paul
first.
Hogan a long way
Game.
behind. We were just talking about the intensity going out of David Davis's game after qualifying and winning the group. Wonder if something similar might be occurring for Paul Hogan here.
43. 140. 100.
Paul Hogan was very well aware, wasn't he, when he
100.
won his last fixture, that that was the one that got him through. Went off the stage, arms aside like an aeroplane,
135.
ready to take off into his Saturday night campaign.
57.
It'll be the opposite night for Lamman if he wins this game to what he endured last night, where he only won one match. Tonight he would have only lost one match.
100.
I mean, it's a real turnaround, isn't it? Because that match he lost was the first match. So
100.
if he does get through, would have needed that hat-trick of wins at the end. Treble 18 here for Hogan. Nothing doing.
Because you require 100.
So Lamman to double his lead.
$54. Or you require 80. 60. Chris, you require 50.
Missed opportunity for the Hampshire man.
Game shot in the
And an
second
opportunity
leg.
taken.
Chris
for
Landman.
Lamman.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $100.
Reminder, a 4-0 or 4-1 success for Chris Landman will put him through,
100.
taking that final place. Saturday night's lineup. Conan Whitehead, the interested party.
36.
Essentially, Paul Hogan playing on behalf of Conan Whitehead here. Like a
60.
interesting tag team for wrestling, isn't it? That Hogan and Whitehead.
100.
Barbarian, and I mean Hogan would have to swap the nickname to the Hulk, wouldn't he?
85.
I think the most likely tag team I could compare them to would have to be the Nasty Boys.
58.
It's all going Lamman's way, and as Matthew just mentioned, 4-0 or 4-1, and Conan Whitehead will
80.
be turning on his tag team partner as he walks past him on his way to the stage, because his last match won't mean a jot.
85.
Well, it might be like the Rockers then, I'm guessing, with a Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty barbershop window.
I am having to take your word for all this.
24. Question for 122.
Lamman has Hogan on the ropes.
$54. We were 152.
Going back swinging. A bit of frustration.
92. Question requires 68. $64. We requires 60.
Well, it's getting away from Hogan, and in doing so, he's taking it away from Conan. Double one, and still, and it's in. And now Chris Lamman has got the luxury of knowing he has to win one of the next 2 legs to secure qualification for finals night.
Hogan already there. Davies already there.
60. $60. $125. $85.
Well, you can see there the pain as he gained the 180.
81.
Real wince and a feel of that elbow.
36. $100.
Not affecting the quality of where the darts are landing in the board.
100. We require 36.
When you start anticipating the problem, it becomes the problem. You just start throwing the dart a little bit softer.
27.
But he was in the same situation that Lamman was in earlier in the match, and Hogan even more. Loves double 18, could have
41.
bussed and left himself back on it.
9.
Instead, he went for the double 9, has to clean that up in bits now. And he does exactly the same as Lamman did, and makes that a moot point. But this now
against Chris to throw first.
is qualification point for Chris Lamman. He has the darts to seal a spot in Saturday's finals.
45. $140. 42. $28. 95. 59. 100.
And it's not certain yet. A lot will depend on these next couple of visits, and Paul Hogan straight in the red bit.
95.
So is Chris Lamman. He's now closing in, and again,
177.
and another big treble. And he's almost there. Conan Whitehead was watching in the practice room earlier in the week when
130.
he didn't make it through Group A. He's now watching in the practice room and might be about to learn he's not going to make it through Group B. Double 10. And that is that. Landman is the last man through to finals night. He defeats Paul Hogan, who's also going through, and it's a result that means that Conan Whitehead is not going to make it, even if he gets a heavy win against the other player qualified from this group, the league winner, David Davis. It wouldn't be enough for Conan Whitehead, who departs. Chris Landman goes through, and that final match between Whitehead and Davis is coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I am joined down backstage with Chris Lamman. Chris, many congratulations through to tomorrow night's final. Hard work in the end, but over the line eventually.
Oh, am I through?
You are, yeah, you're through. You're into the final.
Oh, I didn't know that. I think Conan has to win 4-0 and he's going through now.
You had to win 4-2 or better to go through.
Okay, oh, I didn't know that. I thought he was one leg better if he wants 4-0. He was through, I think. But okay, no, no, that's new. I'm very happy. Yeah,
Well, this is a nice surprise for you, Chris, isn't it? So,
yeah, I didn't know that.
into the final tour. I don't even know where this interview is going to go for this moment, but let's just talk a little bit about yourself then, about the last couple of days. Just assess your performances. Yes, it didn't quite go to plan, but tonight looked like a couple of things clicked.
Yeah, no, I'm not playing my game what I used to be. I did not felt very good. Yesterday I played well. Scoring was good, but the doubles left me behind. And today it was not also good, but at the right moments I win. I think okay, keep it going. And yeah, in the last game, finally was a good game for me. Yeah, and it gets me to tomorrow. Yeah.
Into the finals. I mean, you've only just found out you're through to the finals, but what's going to be your preparation then in terms of going into tomorrow night?
Yeah. I think I go into practice, but in the practice board it's all felt, but I go upstairs, go into the stadium, podium, the stage. Then it's I don't. It felt not likely how I want to be, but yeah, I'm happy I'm through, and we will see tomorrow. Yeah, it only get better, I think, for my feeling.
Well, 2023 was a very good year for yourself. Made it through to a final on the Pro Tour. Just missed out on that Lakeside title in the WDF. How much would you love to start 2024 with a tournament win here at the Super Series?
Yeah, I love to start 24. Yeah, what you said, the 23 was a very good year for me. Final at the, and then in the final at the Lakeside, yeah, I lose that, okay, but he was a better player at the moment, and I think it's going very well, yeah.
Well, we wish you all the best tomorrow. Many congratulations on making it through. One more game for us to go. Conan Whitehead in action against David Davis, Matthew Edgar, and Chris Murphy down on commentary.
Yeah, really enjoyed that little chat with Chris Lamman, who, well, it was like surprise, wasn't it? Henry was Silla. Conan Whitehead might not quite see the funny side. He's got to play a game in anger now, knowing he's out. I mean, does he know yet? I think his demeanour suggests that he does.
Well, he's throwing those with his left hand. He's going to throw these with his right hand. Well, Mardle can do it with his mouth. Graham Usher, who was here last year, can actually play both hands. And he's pretty similar in standard, whether he's left or right-handed.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
The ambidextrous arrows ace. Conan Whitehead, well, this has slipped away from him, hasn't it? Chris Lamman thought that a 4-0 win for Whitehead would have put him through. We can confirm that it won't. If he does get a 4-0 win, he will be level on points and leg difference with Chris Lamman, but he will have won one leg fewer. They're the margins.
95.
Sort of the interview that I could just watch all day. Chris, you're through. Oh, am I?
60.
He had a microphone that I think he thought was a prop.
180.
We have had a few commentators here that have taken the same approach.
64.
It was a proper interview, wasn't it? Genuine instant reaction.
140.
I think we've had one before. I can't remember who it was. I'm sure someone will tell me if they recall, where they came up on the balcony for an interview and
45. David
they were informed
86.
and they said, I really was angry that you got me up here. I thought you were taking the mick. They didn't realise they were through. I think it might have been Conan Whitehead, actually.
Seems to be everything with this group, actually, doesn't it? Because
46.
I also remember another interview with Paul Hogan where he switched the mic off.
140.
Well, David Davis has remained top of the group and he's looking for the top of the board here. Remember the little subplot? To be one of a handful of players to go through a Group B unbeaten.
No score.
Only Alex Spellman,
34.
Lee Evans,
Scott Williams, I believe, is the other one.
58.
Correct. And look what
David
happened to him at
require
the
40.
Ali Pali. Yeah, those three players have done it. David Davis might join esteemed company, but he's going to have to start in doubles a bit better.
No score.
Yeah, Lee
Konya
Evans
require
also
76.
got a run at the Alexandra Palace as well. He got a win there, which was no laughing matter.
No sweat.
36. David require 40.
Second match in a row, David Davis has missed his first 6 starts at double against Glenn Durrant. Last time out, he hit the
Davis
7th.
on the first
He's
leg.
done it again.
David Davis.
Take the lead against Whitehead and break the throw.
Second against David to throw first. Game on. $100. 123. $94. 140. 54.
What if Robert Thornton's tuned in at any point to cast his eye over his opposition?
Working out here, Conan Whitehead. 35 off. 203.
46.
I was trying to leave 170. Yeah, I know Thornton, when I spoke to him, he said he's got a dartboard up in his hotel room, so I wouldn't be surprised if he'd been practicing and had one eye
96.
on his device watching the Super Series as well.
$140. David with 157.
Are we looking at the player he'd be most worried about?
I think the player he's probably going to be most worried about was in this afternoon, Group C, Darrell Pilgrim.
59. Conan, you
But
require
David Davies
52.
could be going into Saturday night as the only unbeaten player.
Game shot on the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
Well, that was ridiculous
Then
from
against
Conan
Conan to
Whitehead.
throw first.
He hit the bullseye after hitting a single 2. 2 darts. We were talking 63
92.
earlier, but that is... Well, it's taking the something.
$94.
He'll say it's his favourite double, which makes you think it's going to be quite good when the bullseye challenge comes around.
59.
Thornton will avoid Darrell Pilgrim in the groups. We knew that already. David Davis won't. He'll be in a really difficult group, actually, with Darrell Pilgrim and Chris Lamman.
58.
Well, Chris Landman's not been able to land a blow yet on David Davies.
100.
We're hoping that continues. It'll be Thornton, Muhlenkamp and Hogan in the other group.
58. 100.
Well, there's no question of what Conan Whitehead's going to do when he comes back to the board here. He's going to throw his first dart towards the bullseye and hope that he can throw the second 2 in that
81.
direction as
I mean,
well.
you require 150.
With meaning and purpose. He's got 1.
82.
Looked like he could sweep across there as well. Is he going to go for an 18 bull when he comes back here? Is it big 18 and bullseye?
98. Currently requires
Be
68.
disappointed if it's not.
Feel sure it is. It's in the
Game shot
bull.
on the third leg.
Is he going to do this all the way
Whitehead.
through the match? 2 bull to win his first leg, 18 bull to win his second.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
if he was taking the something the first time, what was he doing that one?
He's taken it now. Well, this is going to be a one-man,
55.
one-target highlight reel. Last leg decider. He could just play the whole leg on the ball.
25. $46. $24.
Maybe he should have played on the ball. Darts thrown, just 49 points.
60. $100.
Don't recall a time that we've seen a player win all 4 legs on the bullseye. See new things each week at the Super Series, and Conan Whitehead's got every chance of
140.
doing that here because he's going to leave it wherever possible, whenever possible.
140. $78. $100. David Ivic, 122.
bull.
We've seen Luke Littler do similar things to that. We saw 111 bull on that stage, but he might not get a go at it yet because, ironically, David Davis could end up leaving the bull. Can't manage it.
It'd be bull 12 bull or 12 bull bull.
30.
I've got no idea.
112.
Well, he's got the bull and the 12. Oh, and
87.
almost pulled it off.
David Ivic, 192.
David Davis doing things ordinary,
Game shot on the
but
fourth
doing
leg.
things excellently.
David Davis.
And this is a very hard thing to do if you're David Davies, because the thought is to get drawn into it
Then
and
it's Conan to
join
throw
in as if
first.
to say, well, if you're going to do that, I'll show you how to do it, pal.
Yeah, this is Steve Davis, Jimmy White, isn't it?
128.
Naughty darts from Conan Whitehead, but serious, effective stuff from David Davis, who, remember, is still on course for an unblemished, unbeaten
45.
return over 2 nights of Group B action at the Super Series. And we said that every time he's come here, he's got better and better before he even threw a dart
85.
this week. Well, you can't do better than win all your matches, and that would be some feat.
$28. $84. $140.
Right. What will he leave, and then how will he get to a bull?
$94.
Well, that's pretty simple, isn't it? Treble 20 when he comes back, and then a bullseye.
76. Coding you require 110.
And if he misses his treble 20, he might go for the double 20. And that was the intention.
60.
What do you reckon now then, Matt? 18 double 16?
Hole in the 6, split the 11s, full.
There's only one way he's
81.
going.
Coding you require 50.
He's won 2 legs by hitting the bullseye. He has got 18 double 16. Oh, this is
James on the
hilarious.
fifth leg.
This is absolutely hilarious. And he's laughing at the referee as he walks back. Oh, Conan Whitehead.
Civic
He's gone
is
from
David to
naughty
throw
darts to
first.
funny darts.
Game on.
He enjoyed that, didn't he?
$81. 94. 60. 140. 137.
But Davis's perfect record under threat now. After all the fun and frolics of Conan Whitehead, he might be
97.
denying David Davis that perfect campaign.
$43. Coding you require 170.
Is he going to lay up? Oh, we'll never know.
98.
Right, there's plenty of options here. It could be double 11, but
100. Coding you require 72.
he went all sensible in the previous leg. But it's double 18.
36.
No room at the inn.
David, you require 80.
There can't be much room there for David Davis to aim at. Maybe half the bed, just over.
Game
But he's
shot
found
the
it. What a
sixth
dart that is.
David Davis.
And now he's got one more chance, one more leg. One more leg to win to make it maximum points.
7th and final leg is Conan to throw first. $82.
You can almost see the disappointment on Whitehead's face, despite being an ultimate entertainer in this last match. It's partly happening because he knows he won't be at finals night tomorrow.
86. 60.
Say tomorrow for those pedants out there. Today,
99.
7:30. The action resumes live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel for the group stages of finals
60.
night. And then from 10, you can also watch on Sporty Stuff TV. 10 p.m. Saturday night, the semis and the final. Great lineup.
140.
Davis could be coming into it on the back of 8 straight wins.
29.
That's looking more and more likely with every throw.
60. $30. David, you require 160.
This to complete that fantastic feat. Treble 20 required.
45.
Well, he'll be back, but he would have hoped to have been back in a better spot than that. It might only be one dart double near returns. And Conan Whitehead is trying to leave a finish of his own here. Well, that's not going to happen.
David requires 71.
So all the time in the world for David Davis to complete a perfect campaign. 4 wins last night, 4 wins tonight.
David Davis.
David Davis goes through to finals night unbeaten, undefeated. What a campaign for him. It was heartache and heartbreak for Conan Whitehead, the former champion here of an entire series, but he will not be at the party on Saturday in Portsmouth. It's David Davis, the unbeaten group winner, going through with Paul Hogan and Chris Lamman, whose win against Hogan denied Conan Whitehead. And then, well, he had a bit of fun. 2 bullseye finishers, 2 bull, an 18 bull from Conan Whitehead, his final fireworks. But it was Davis who remained steadfast, remained strong, and remained unbeaten.
Indeed he does. What a group, what a campaign, David Davis. Many congratulations. Now, you made a little bit of history at the Super Series because only 4 times has somebody gone through a Group B without losing. You become the 4th player. Many congratulations. What a group. Just sum up how you're feeling right now.
Like I said yesterday, coming into the group, I think if you looked at the bookies, it must have been a 1 trillion to 1 to win all 8 games. It just doesn't happen with a group like that, and especially all the big names that were there. My name would probably be at the bottom. So, no, I'm absolutely overwhelmed to go through with a clean sweep.
What do you think clicked for you over the last couple of days?
Just self-belief, really, and timing. Yeah, I was falling low on my scoring and stuff, but my finishing helped me out. A little bit tired towards the end there, which is expected. But, no, I think my game is slowly coming together.
Is this the best you've ever felt playing darts right now?
This is the most confident I've been coming in, even though I've said it is a tough group. I don't leave my house unless I know I'm going to win, so I know it doesn't always go to plan, but no, I back myself and I'm confident in the way I'm playing.
Well, Matt, you've been watching David play over the last couple of days. What's been the keys to his success in your mind?
Timing, absolute timing, and the assurance within the play as well. We've said that we've seen you sort of develop and grow on this Super Series stage, and that's really sort of come to fruition tonight as well over the last couple of days. But just tell us quickly what it's like when you get to that point where you know you're through, you know the job's done, and then you got to come back up, you got to play 2 more games. You had a flash of the averages on the way back up here, and you're like, oh, it didn't feel as good as that, and sort of feels a bit tired. Does the adrenaline leave the body?
You work hard to get through. It doesn't matter if I'm through 1st, 2nd or 3rd. The job is to get through. It doesn't bother me where I am, but to go through 1st place. But when you know you are through, it's sort of like, oh, I'm in now, so then you can relax and play, but I want to win every single game. Doesn't matter if I'm through, if I need 2 legs, I want 4 legs. I want to win every single game. So your mindset does change, but your focus and my winning mentality is still there.
You mentioned there's a lot of big names in action this week, so you actually enjoying that role of perhaps going under the radar a little bit amidst the likes of Robert Thornton, amidst the likes of Darrell Pilgrim?
I do like being the underdog. Before I come here, I didn't have shirts and stuff, and then I used to beat players on the circuit, and they'd be like, "Oh, I've just lost to, I don't know who he is." Now I've got my shirt and things. It's people start to recognise me and coming here, and people do notice that. But no, I'm slowly making a name for myself, and rightly so, I think.
Well, 2023 was a great year for you. How much would you like to kickstart 2024 in a similar vein tomorrow night?
To win this would be massive. What a great start to 2024. I've got big plans ahead. I've got Q School next week. I've never been, so I think my game's in the right place to give that a good go.
In terms of paycheck, would this be the biggest paycheck you've had in darts if you was to win a week?
Oh, massive, absolutely massive. And, you know, as I've said, those guys in the back, those CVs write themselves. And so financially wise, it would be the biggest thing and help me every money I win goes into a darts pot. I don't spend it. It helps me for the next comp in travel and accommodation. So no, I'll use it wisely. And no, I'm really looking forward to it tomorrow.
Well, David, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. Many thanks
Cheers,
for your
thank you very
exploit
much.
tonight. We'll have a
Cheers,
look at
thank you.
see what's happened
Thanks,
tonight in terms of results in Group B. David, thank you very much for your time. So this is what we've seen tonight then as far as Group B is concerned. David Davis, the standout performer, having won every single match in the group. But elsewhere, Chris Lamman, now we expected him to up the levels this evening. That was exactly what he did.
Really, really good from Chris Lamman. I said when we had our catch-up, he seemed to be the man for me because he was the one that wasn't having question marks over them. The performance was there, the results wasn't. Eventually that's got to flip, and it did. Chris Lamman could win this week.
He most certainly can. Well, it was a 4-1 victory against Paul Hogan that only did it for him in the end. And Paul's going to be bitterly disappointed, isn't he?
He is, but not at the same time. He came here with the job to do. The job was to qualify. We just heard David Davies, who's dominated this group from start to finish, say it didn't really matter where he finished as long as it was in the top 3. The same philosophy would go for Paul Hogan, and he'll just be happy to get another crack at a Saturday night and see if he can finally get over that line here at the Super Series.
Hogan threw Whitehead out, the former champion. But I tell you what, he did entertain us, didn't he, towards the end, didn't he?
It's been a really entertaining group, from Conan at the end there with his shenanigans on the ball to the story of Glenn Durrant, who nearly got over the line, was just literally a dart away from giving us that Super Series win.
And he was going nuts on the bullseye. 18 ball, he was going ball, 12 ball, you name it, he was doing it. And then he decides, you know what, I've kidded you enough, I'm just going to go conventional because you're expecting us to go to the ball. Our spotter was having all sorts of kittens, I can announce.
Well, they went in on the ball, didn't they? It was the most likely option at the time. Did the old David Pallett, didn't he? Remember that from the European tour? Do you want the 170, turn around, give it to the crowd? Big 18.
Are we going to see that from Edgar TV next week?
If I get to a double, maybe, who knows?
You're definitely going to get to a double or two. Someone who had a match-winning double but just couldn't quite convert it in the end was Glenn Durrant. Now, he said that he wanted to be competitive, and in every game tonight, he was competitive. There was signs there, and look, it's all a part of a journey, a due course as far as Glenn is concerned. He's had his couple of days here at the Super Series. What do you think he would have learnt from this experience?
Do you know what? I can stand here and I can give my sort of feedback and what I would do, but in a sense, it kind of doesn't matter. It's all on Glenn. He's in that situation now where it doesn't really matter what anyone says to him. He's got so much support and everyone's willing him on and all the positivity around him. He needs to find that positive space now. And that's something that's really been highlighted over these last couple of days, that sometimes you can live in such a positive world, but you can feel so isolated from that positivity.
Well, let's have a look and see what the league table says then following the end of proceedings. Well, David Davis, absolutely perfect, having won each of the 8 games that he played in the group. Paul Hogan, 10 points, having amassed a 6 on night 1. Lamman on 8, and it is Whitehead who narrowly misses out. So we now know the finalists for tomorrow evening at the Super Series. The 6 players have been announced, and these are how the players have got here then. Group A, Group B, Group C, or there, Davis, Hogan, Lamman from B, Pilgrim and Caron from C, and Thornton from Group A. So they are the 6 that are through to tomorrow night's final. Who'd you like the look of in there, Matt?
I think Darrell Pilgrim, for me, is someone who really stands out. I think the levels he's shown is better than anybody in terms of the standard this week. We know the heights he can go to. I'm going to stick with Pilgrim.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow night. 7:30, the coverage gets underway here on the Super Series YouTube channel before going live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock. So the finals night field for tomorrow night has been confirmed. We've got a Fawn in there. We're going to see a bit of Double D as well. But the favourite, most certainly, is going to be Mr. P. They don't get bigger than the fish, and Mr. P has turned his fortunes around. Wibble and a wobble, the others tend to follow suit. Another one of them leaves the bullseye for Darrell Pilgrim. Ball 164. Well, it can still be done. Triple 24. Bullseye for an act of rescuing.
Shot on the 4th flag.
Just perfect chagrin from Darrell Pilgrim.